Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Bonjour or bonsoir, kwe kwe, hola kut, and of course, happy first day of Hanukkah. My name is Serge Blais. I'm the Executive Director of the University of Ottawa Professional Development Institute. I've had the pleasure of working on creating this event with my wonderful colleagues, Professor Errol Mendez, President of the Canadian branch of the Geneva-based International Commission of Jurists, who I will be formally introducing in a moment, and Slava Balan, Executive Director of the ICJ Canada, as well as the dedicated staff at the Professional Development Institute, namely Paul Grenon and Sonia Obradovich-Ward. We are meeting today to discuss what is most certainly the most consequential topic in recent history, that is the rapidly evolving area of artificial intelligence. A most transformative technology that is already impacting each and every one of us in fundamental ways. We have participants from around the world on this event today: the US, Philippines, Netherlands, Australia, South Africa, the UK, to name just a few. Also, a very large number of representatives from across all sectors and departments of the Canadian government, from Canadian national security and public safety organizations, from the legal profession, from diverse public sector organizations, and from various universities and colleges. Merci bien d'être avec nous. I think the turnout shows that even if we hear a lot about AI, and there isn't a day when there isn't a story about AI, there are still lots of unanswered questions out there, and hopefully this session will help answer some of these questions. Now, the president of the University of Ottawa, Mr. Jacques Frémont, is at this point, we're supposed to do a few words of presentations. Believe it or not, he has been the witness of a hit and run, so he's being held by police as a witness. He's not injured himself. He's not involved in it himself, but it goes to show that even as a president, when the police says you have to stand by and give your testimony, he has to do that. So hopefully we'll have him later in the segment, but I do know that he absolutely is supportive of this event. A word, if I may, on the University of Ottawa Professional Development Institute. Our mandate is knowledge dissemination through courses and events such as this one. Our focus is on applied knowledge, useful and necessary for policymakers, decision makers, and professionals from the private and public sectors. We convene the best and the brightest from around the world to advance applied knowledge and understanding of the most consequential developments at various levels of society. Speaking of the best and the brightest, let me introduce my wonderful colleague, Professor Errol Mendez, the instigator and the catalyst for this event, assisted by the brilliant Slava Balan, Executive Director of the Canadian branch of the International Commission of Jurists. Professor Mendez is a legal scholar, prolific author, and researcher. He has been advising governments, corporations, civil society groups, and organizations such as the United Nations. He served as visiting professional at the International Criminal Court, was appointed as visiting fellow at Harvard Law School, and was a visiting professor at Oxford University. Professor Mendez was invested with the Order of Ontario, was awarded the prestigious Law Society Medal by the Law Society of Upper Canada, and has been appointed as Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada. Most importantly, he's a good friend. So over to you, Errol, to now start the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serge. As a professor of law at this university and president of the International Commission of Jurists Canada, and helping Serge to develop this organization, I really want to emphasize, in my view, what we're trying to do here is to create a community of learning and a potential practice. I just want to talk a little bit about why I think this area is so incredibly important. Leading experts claim that the emergence of generative AI are giving us a witness to the most uncertain aspect of what some term is the fourth industrial revolution. As you may know, the first form of the revolution was replacing manual work with the invention of the steam engine. And the second form of the revolution enabled mass production using electric energy. The third industrial revolution that most of us in our lifetimes have witnessed dealt with the creation of the automation area with the informatization based on computers and the internet. However, I think we are entering with full steam, and I hate to use the word steam again, but with full steam, the most challenging part of the fourth industrial revolution with the emergence of the super intelligence revolution that will largely be based on the fast evolving forms of artificial intelligence, while allowing for huge advances in science, healthcare, and other areas of knowledge. This revolution may affect not only the role and relevance of many areas of human intellectual work and labor, but it may also profoundly challenge and control who holds power. It could challenge almost every category of human governance and the rule of law, not to mention the growing dangers from misinformation and disinformation. And finally, it could also affect the massive conducting of wars and challenge the protection of human rights, and ultimately, in the view of many of the leading AI experts in the world, including the one who I am honored has given us the privilege of being the opening keynote address, basically saying that this emergence of the super intellectual revolution could also be a danger to humanity itself. Now, while this event may only scratch the surface of some of these issues in this super intelligence revolution, both the University of Ottawa and the organization that I lead, the International Commission of Jurists Canada, which is very much focused on what it means for the human rights and the rule of law, that these issues require a deep dive, a continuing deep dive. And I invite all of you who have registered for this event to continue with us our desire to learn more about the enormous opportunities for humanity, but also the grave challenges and dangers in this era of the superintelligence revolution. Now, before I introduce the keynote speaker, I do want to talk about the great help that our executive director of ICJ Canada, who helped to organize this event. Slava Balan is a PhD candidate and a part-time professor at the University of Ottawa's law faculty. He is also a human rights researcher and practitioner, specializing in international human rights law. For 15 years, he has worked with the United Nations and the Organizations for Security and Cooperation in places like Moldova, Ukraine, and in the United States. Slava is taught at the Moldovan Academy of Public Administration, and he's a part-time professor at the University of Ottawa. He holds a master's degree in comparative law at McGill University, a master's degree in comparative constitutional law from the Central European University, and is pursuing a PhD in law at the moment. I apologize for my voice. I'm actually recovering from COVID after 20 days. Anyway, so I'll leave it at that. And hopefully I can start with the introduction to the recognized world leader as one of the leading experts in international intelligence, Yusha Benjui, to give the first opening address. Benjui essentially was one of the most well-known for his pioneering work in deep learning, earning him in 2018 the A.M. Turing Award and the Nobel Prize of Computing with Geoffrey Hinton and Yann LeCun. He is a full professor at the University of Montreal and the founder and scientific director of MILA, Quebec's AI Institute. He co-directs the CIFA Learning Machines and Brain Program as senior fellow and acts as a scientific director of IVADO. In 2019, he was awarded the prestigious Killam Prize, and in 2022 became the most cited computer scientist in the world. He's a fellow of both the Royal Society of London and Canada, on a Knight of the Legion of Honor of France. He's an officer of the Order of Canada and a member of the United Nations Scientific Advisory Board. Concerned about the social impact of AI, he has contributed to the Montreal Declaration of the Responsible Development of Artificial Intelligence. I hand over to his video where he presents his views.
Professor Benjio, thank you so much for doing this. I should say at the very start, I was so moved by your article in the Globe and Mail, and especially your reference to your grandson, which really did move me with children of my own. So thank you so much for your vision that you stated there. Let me begin with the first question. with the emergence of generative AI and the possibility of human-level artificial intelligence only a few years or perhaps decades away, what are the major threats, in your view, from unregulated, rapidly advancing artificial intelligence? And how prepared are democratic societies, and indeed all of humanity, in dealing with all the present and possibly future challenges that arise from them?
Well, thanks for the question. I wish I could give a very, very long answer, but let me summarize. First, the high-level idea to understand these threats is that intelligence gives power. And as we move forward and building machines that are more and more intelligent, eventually surpassing us in more and more areas, what's the consequences for society and what can go wrong? So the first consequence is that this power could be misused in the hands of people who want to accumulate more power, people who have malicious goals, bad actors, terrorists, criminals, people who want to destabilize our democracies. And we need to do everything we can to minimize those risks. Also, the concentration of power that may happen as the people who have that power want to keep it or even increase it is something that goes against the very principle of democracy. Democracy really means sharing power. And if there are a few AI systems in the hands of a few people, this obviously goes against that principle. So I think that as we move forward in development of more powerful AI systems, the democratic governance, the democratic institutions, the regulators, of course, but more than that, the oversight of civil society, the international community, because the impacts are likely to be global in many cases. All of this becomes extremely important. There's already been some studies showing that we see that these systems could make it easier, especially those coming in the future. We see some trend to make it easier for non-state actors who don't have necessarily a lot of expertise, for example, in cybersecurity or bioweapons, to get assistance from these systems, from these AI systems, to make it easier for them. So an important principle that I think regulators should focus on is that it is going to be the responsibility of the organizations, right now corporations, maybe in the future military organizations, building those systems to demonstrate convincingly to other scientists and the regulator that their systems are safe, including that they can't easily be used by bad actors. And that's different from what we are even currently planning. We're seeing governments who want to create benchmarks and tests. But what I'm asking is stronger than that. It's just like pharmaceutical companies need to demonstrate that a new drug isn't going to be toxic before they're allowed to, scale it and sell it. Okay, so I've talked about the problem of power misuse, but there's another concern, which is maybe downstream of that, which is loss of control. There's a number of arguments that have been raised in the scientific literature on AI safety, suggesting that there is a chance even though we build those machines, that they might not do what we want. In fact, right now, we don't know a scientific methodology that would guarantee that the AI systems we build behave as intended. This is called the alignment problem. And because of that mismatch, or because humans could give these machines a self-interest, a self-preservation objective that could come in conflict with our self-preservation, they are really difficult to evaluate risks that we could end up with machines that surpass us in a few ways that could be critical to our security and that we couldn't control, that we couldn't stop. For example, they could copy themselves across the internet, make sure we don't turn them off. So we have to consider all of these possibilities, of course, as uncertain, but the consequences of all of these scenarios are so grave that I think it's our duty to work to better understand them. So that's research, to try to mitigate them with regulation and treaties, and to prepare in case it, nonetheless happens that some of these systems end up harming people and being dangerous to society.
Thank you very much for that really insightful answer. One of the issues that come out of that answer is that you mentioned the issue of power being concentrated, given the fact that the major players in artificial intelligence now are the major corporations. Are you suggesting that maybe we should have a different approach to regulation of those people to stop them eventually accessing too much power? And then how do you deal with the smaller ones who basically are getting the information from the big people, and that could end up being even more dangerous? What's the focus of regulation with that smaller group, which is not as powerful as the major corporations? Would you have any ideas as maybe a two-track process of regulation?
Absolutely. In fact, that's already how it has been designed. AI regulation that's being proposed in Europe and in Canada, for example. And I think if we look also at the Biden executive order, there's a notion that the stronger oversight doesn't need to apply to every AI, because most every AI that currently exists isn't that dangerous, right? Even in the wrong hands. But as we move forward, the bigger systems that are more general purpose and can be used in unexpected ways that could be dangerous, as they acquire more capability, we need to be able to control them. We need to have strong democratic governance of these systems. So the smaller guys that are designing AI systems that are not that dangerous, don't need to worry really. The focus should be on these bigger systems where the burden of demonstrating safety is going to be on these big companies. Anyways, only those big companies will be able to train them because it's going to cost billions. So that's one aspect. But I think the need for avoiding power concentration goes even further than that. We want to make sure that not just the regulator, but also civil society and even the international community have some visibility on the development of these systems. For what purpose are they being built? Are they being built in a way that's potentially harmful, potentially going against human rights or international agreements? We need enough independent voices, and not just the government, because the government could also be corrupted and maybe will want to use AI to its benefit to squash opposition, political opposition. So that's what I meant by we need to improve our democratic institutions to keep that power concentration potential in check. One of the things that's been proposed technically is that scientists who are trustworthy could have access to these systems, scientists who are not working for these companies, to better understand what can go wrong with them, for example. And so we want to make sure that there is going to be enough transparency. Maybe doesn't mean that the code is open to everyone to see, but the people who have the expertise and the trust of the regulator could and should be able to see what is going on inside and what is done to preserve our values and norms.
Well, that's fascinating, Professor, because what you're suggesting in some respects is very similar to what the European Union is already doing in terms of the Digital Services Act, where they're actually getting what they call trusted flaggers to actually alert the governments and the platforms as to the harmful material that's on the internet. So I can see why should they not be a similar one with artificial intelligence, as you say, because in your article you also mentioned that there's a critical role not just for the engineers but also for the social scientists, the human rights people, to basically be involved in this evolving regulation of artificial intelligence. And I think that's very significant. So few people have actually mentioned that we should actually make a focus of that particular indication that you've put forward. Now, if the hope for regulation that is being talked about in Europe, in the US, hopefully in Canada, would that be sufficient to avert some of the threats you've talked about, given the fact that there is potential for uncontrolled global proliferation of some of these artificial intelligence machines, and potentially unregulated with some countries? So do you have any suggestions as how we in North America and in Europe, etc., try to develop links with the rest of the world to see how we can essentially focus on the most significant threats to each of the countries and indeed of humanity in general?
Yeah, this is a difficult question. Well, the first thing we should do is started with the Bletchley Park Agreement at the UK AI Safety Summit a couple of weeks ago. We should do our best to coordinate with all of the countries, especially those that have the infrastructure to build AI systems, including countries with whom we're not in good terms. And so the fact that China was present at the UK AI Safety Summit is a great sign that they're willing to collaborate on defining acceptable versus not acceptable development of powerful AI systems. But you're right. We're not going to be able to guarantee that no country or no terrorist organization is going to misuse these systems in ways could destabilize our societies, our democracies, and so on. So we have to prepare for that eventuality, and we have to do it very carefully in both the democratic sense and the technical sense. Okay, so on the democratic sense, what I'm saying is, if we want to defend against powerful AI systems that may emerge from unregulated, uncontrolled circles on this planet, we're going to need governments to build up that muscle to understand. I mean, governments will need to become much more proficient in these frontier AI systems, just to be good regulators, but also to build the defensive muscle against potential attacks by AI systems that could be smarter than us in some ways, like in cybersecurity. So they need to invest in that defensive capability, but that needs to be done very carefully. So carefully in the sense that we don't want the AI tools in the hands of government to turn against the people. I mean, there's a good reason why we have so many checks and balances in our democracies, because we don't want a government to abuse its power, right? And if there's a single point of control and that becomes corrupted, somebody wants to become a dictator, and they have access to technology that makes it easy, that's a very dangerous situation for democracy. So we need to make sure that these defensive AI systems that we would build are going to be under multilateral governance, so for example, involving multiple democracies, so that no one government alone can suddenly take over and become the bad guy. So that's on the democratic side. There's also the question of creating rules from this kind of multilateral agreement that these AIs would only be used defensively, because of course we don't want to go into an AI arms race, or at least we want to minimize that. It's going to happen anyways, but we want to slow it down. Just like we've reduced the nuclear arms race with all kinds of treaties and actions. So we need also to agree with countries like China that, okay, if we do build AI for defensive reasons, that is going to be really a basic rule that it shouldn't be used offensively. Now, how do we control that? And, there's lots of open questions. Then there's the technical aspect of this. Right now, we don't know, as I said earlier, how to build AI systems that are aligned with our intentions, that behave as intended. And if we're going to build an AI system that's potentially smarter than us in important ways, even if it's for a good cause, like protecting humanity, protecting democracies, we want to make sure it doesn't blow in our face. And so we need to quickly invest, I think, massively in the technical aspects of AI safety so that we can build systems that are going to be safer. Right now, all the safety protections that have been proposed by companies can be undone very easily and for cheap. So we haven't solved that problem, but we need to solve it before we turn on some AI systems in the future that could be very powerful and could turn against us if we haven't designed them properly. So they're both technical challenges and political, social, democratic challenges in building up a protection against the AI that may arise, because no regulation is foolproof, no treaty is foolproof.
So based on those answers, it seems to me that you're probably suggesting that there's different levels of regulation that has to take place at the domestic level first, for the reasons you mentioned, with our own companies, and then at the multilateral level between, perhaps at the first stage, between like-minded countries, which essentially means Europe, North America, maybe some of the other parts of the democratic world first, which in itself is going to be massive. As somebody who's actually been involved with the Canadian government in trying to develop an international treaty on disinformation, I can tell you that alone provides immense problems. And so with artificial intelligence, I can see that going further. But I acknowledge that that has to happen. And so, and then the third stage is then to link up with the perhaps the authoritarian world, which is actually developing their own system. So with all that in mind, where do you see Canada in terms of its leadership in trying to, first of all, start with its own country first, and then getting involved in the multilateral at those different levels? Because, as you say in your article, it is crucial for Canada because it has shown leadership. You yourself, with the Turing Award, etc., has shown that we have the ability to be leaders in this field. But what's your specific suggestions for Canada? What are the stages by which we should start addressing all these really critical issues that you've stated in your article, and now that you're stating on this recording?
Well, the first step is to pass our C-27 legislation and maybe modified along the lines of the Biden executive order on frontier AI systems. So we kind of stay compatible with our friends in the US, and also for protecting ourselves. Obviously, these rules are meant to protect the public. So that's the first step. We need to stop, the quarrels between parties, and this is I look at what's going on in the US and should be here really not a partisan question, but something just about protecting democracy and in coming years. So the second step is we need to engage with our partners. Right now, that would be in the UK and the US, who have committed to create an AI Safety Institute. That means doing research to better understand what can go wrong and how to mitigate these problems, both on the technical side, like the machine learning research, and on the governance side, the socio-technical aspects. We need to play a leadership role here. We have an incredible concentration of talent in Canada in AI because of the Pan-Canadian AI strategy and the 3 AI institutes. The number of people from around the world, and Canadians, of course, who are working, doing research there, grad students, professors, is an amazing concentration that's, I think, in terms of our total population, probably unraveled anywhere else. So we have a duty to protect the Canadian people, but also to play a role in the international scene in coming up with both the scientific results, the governance mechanisms. I think we're going to need to beef up democracy, as I said, and the defense mechanisms that that the world needs. So I think we have a great opportunity, and we should get started in this process as soon as possible. We should think of this as a way for government to start owning, in a sense, that technology, and we can start working with our partners in the case of the defensive capabilities with organizations that already exist, like Five Eyes, the G7, NATO. We know there's urgency here. We can't wait to create a new treaty that's going to take 10 years. So maybe a faster route is to start working with existing organizations that have similar goals of defending democracies to get off the ground.
Well, from what you're suggesting, I think ideally, with great minds in this area like yourself and others, that ultimately maybe Canada should be the place for a UN-type AI institute here in Canada. But we have to get our own act together first in this country before we even get there. The final question is really one which is prompted by your reference to your grandson. There will be a lot of students who will be listening to this and watching it. What is your final words in terms of what young people should do, what students should do in terms of understanding the challenges that this area faces, and what is your advice to them as how they can prepare themselves for what is coming at them in the future?
Well, in order to solve or at least do our best to address the incredible challenges that are coming forward and threatening democracies, our societies, and humanity more globally, we're going to need the best minds to be working on these problems, the problems I've been talking about, both on the technical, scientific side of AI and on the socio-technical, political, democratic governance questions. So I think this is more important than anything. It's more important than making money. It's more important than a lot of the challenges that currently occupy our minds, rightfully so. And if I was a grad student right now looking for a topic where I could contribute, where I could potentially play a role in saving the world, that's really what it is about. I would at least start reading up on these questions and seeing where my particular expertise could come in to move the needle a little bit in the right direction.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Bengio. Do you have any final words to say to potentially hopefully the hundreds, if not thousands, who will be listening to you?
There may be some voices of despair as we consider all these risks. And people often ask me, are you optimistic or pessimistic? And my answer is always, it doesn't really matter what my emotions are about this. What matters is what I can do. What matters is the actions that individually and collectively we can take to decrease the probability of catastrophic outcomes. And we have agency at this point. There are things we can do to improve the situation. And we should always go back to the notions, the values of democracy here to guide us in thinking about those solutions. That this is so powerful, so complicated, that we're going to need all the important decisions to be taken in the context with the agreement aligned with our collective will of we the people.
Thank you, Professor Bengio. You have been absolutely wonderful in terms of talking to us on these critical issues facing Canada and indeed the world. We gratefully thank you for sharing your expertise and time with us.
Now I'm delighted to announce our distinguished guest, Member of the European Parliament, Dragos Tudoraki, who is the co-rapporteur and key negotiator of the European Artificial Intelligence Act. Mr. Tudoraki served as the chair of the Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Age in the European Union. He will now share valuable insights from the European perspective and will provide updates on the latest developments around the European Artificial Intelligence Act.
Hello from Brussels. I'm very happy to be able to share some thoughts with you. And first and foremost, it's important to understand what we mean with risk-based approach. Everyone is talking about it. In essence, the way we have decided to look at artificial intelligence is through the perspective of its uses, of its applications, not the technology itself. And therefore, while looking at its uses and applications, there are risks that need to be mitigated. That's why we have introduced a categorization based on risk at the very tip of the pyramid of risk lie the applications, the use cases that would be prohibited. Why? Because the risks that they are either potentially or actually bringing are too severe to mitigate, and therefore we would say we don't want them on the market at all. And some concrete examples: social scoring, the approach to use of AI in a social context, which is used in China, in fact, and which is something that we consider to be incongruent with our values, with how we understand privacy and the role of the citizen in society, and therefore we say the use of AI for these purposes is prohibited. Same thing for mass surveillance in public spaces in real time using artificial intelligence. We also prohibit that. As a result of the intense negotiations on this point, we accepted an extraordinary exception for law enforcement, but again in extraordinary circumstances with a very strong set of safeguards. But other than that, and for tackling imminent threats, other than that, the technology itself in public spaces is prohibited. Same thing for predictive policing, same thing for biometric categorization, same thing for indiscriminate scraping of the internet for facial images. So these are examples of emotional recognition in education and workplace. So these are examples of use cases of AI which we are prohibiting. Then there's the second layer, the layer of high-risk applications of AI, which are identified as such in an annex of the regulation. Why an annex? Because we understand that needs to remain flexible and adaptable as the technology evolves, and there might be new use cases that arise, others maybe that are proven to be in fact not passing the threshold of high risk, and therefore we can even take them out at a later stage. So in any way, the list remains flexible, adaptable. And what that means is that applications that are put on the market or that are deployed and used in one of those categories of risk, high risk, banking, insurance, health, critical infrastructure, asylum management, border management. So these are examples of domains that are listed as high risk. It doesn't mean that you cannot produce AI in those areas, or you cannot market or deploy, use AI in those areas, but you have to do it with some safeguards, with some conditions that are mostly linked to transparency about the data that you use to train, rules about data accuracy, data robustness, data governance, things that are meant to do ultimately what is the key objective of this text, which is to put trustworthy technology in the interaction with human interests or with societal interests. And again, all obligations have to be perceived through these lenses. Then there's a third layer, much more modest, only a few examples like chatbots or deepfakes, which are considered to be lower risk and only with transparency-related obligations, labeling, watermarking obligations linked to those uses of AI. In the course of the discussions of the negotiations, already, in fact, earlier than the launch of ChatGPT in November last year, many believe, I open a bracket here, many believe that it was ChatGPT that prompted us to look into the foundation models. It wasn't that. We were already discussing in the European Parliament about what to do with what was back then labeled as general purpose AI. Later on, we zoomed in more on what was later denominated as foundation models. Some maybe are using now different terminology. Some call them frontier models, at least for the top tier of these models. But anyway, the discussion was how do we handle these models, because they don't have themselves a purpose that comes under one of the categories of risk, but because of the way they are trained, because of their versatility and presence in myriads of applications downstream, they might represent a risk in themselves in a way. So therefore, we decided that there needs to be a special regime that we craft around these models, and eventually, after very consistent negotiations on this topic, we agreed on an approach with two tiers. A lower tier of models which would sit below a compute capacity of 10 to 25 flops, which is one, let's say, degree lower than the threshold that is contained in the US executive order, which uses the 10 to 26 threshold to differentiate between frontier models and let's say the lower tier. And for the lower tier, we have a very light regime of transparency obligations, and then stricter obligations for the top tier. But even for the top tier, those obligations we consider to be common sense because they are related to risk management, to incident reporting, to adversarial testing in the phase of development, things that we believe are linked very much to what should be basic due diligence on the part of any company that ventures into the development of such powerful models, models who need to bear the responsibility of their developers, also because, again, of their versatility and their multitude of uses later on downstream in many other AI-driven products or services. So in a nutshell, and of course, on top of all this architecture of risk-based and foundational models sits a governance framework, also on two tiers, a European tier to deal with the most powerful models and also with cross-border cases or cases that affect a large number of European citizens across several member states, and then a lower tier of governance that is meant for, let's say, the smaller, more sectoral type of AI that is used in national contexts and where national market surveillance authorities will pick up the role of enforcement. It's important to know that for the European level governance, we have introduced, and we did so looking very much into the need for the future European regulator to remain very open to the entire community working on AI, scientific community, industry, social actors, civil society. So all those that are either very much into developing, creating and rolling AI into our lives, but also those that are paying attention at the consequences, at the impacts of artificial intelligence. So all that input, we believe, needs to come at the doorstep of the future regulator. That's why we've created a scientific board, an advisory board in the future EU AI office, because we believe that sort of interaction is essential. So that's in a nutshell what the AI Act is all about. And of course, now there's a whole new front that is opening in terms of the global conversation of ensuring as much as possible alignment, convergence, interoperability between the various governance frameworks and objectives that remains very much at the heart of our efforts, even if now we have, or probably even more so now that we have concluded these negotiations. Thank you very much.
Well, as you can tell, we have in our midst in Canada one of the greatest minds in artificial intelligence, and we all have to give thanks to him and all the others who have led and really focused on the key issues in this area for Canadians and indeed the world. So with that, I'd like to go to the first panel, and because each panel will feature a Q&A session after all the presentations by the speakers, I encourage those of you who are on this discussion to think about your questions and send it through the Q&A ability of this session. So with that in mind, I'd like to give you, first of all, the title of the first panel, which is how AI technologies are a threat, challenges, and opportunities to the economy and society, and including national security and public safety, and also how it impacts on privacy, the rule of law, democracy, and human rights. I'll then go to the first presentation, Professor Katrina Ingram, who is an adjunct professor at the University of Alberta and the chief executive of the Edmonton-based consultancy Ethically Aligned AI. She is a founder and CEO of that company called Ethical Aligned AI, a company which is focused on helping organizations to drive better outcomes in the design, development, and deployment of AI systems. She's a seasoned executive with 2 decades of experience running both not-for-profit and corporate organizations in the technology and media sectors, as well as experience in the public sector. She's a member of the DMA and volunteers with several AI Ethics Institute. She is named to the 100 Brilliant Women in AI Ethics list. Katrina holds an undergraduate in business administration from Simon Fraser University, a Master of Arts in Communications and Technology from the University of Alberta, and is an IAPP certified information privacy professional. She combines a love of audio and interest in AI as the host of the podcast A14 Society Dialogues, and she has developed Canada's first micro-credentials in AI ethics in partnership with Athabasca University. She's a member also of Calgary's Police Services Technology Ethics Committee and recently served as the City of Edmonton's Data Ethics Advisor. Now, each panelist has roughly 10 minutes to present their views on the substance of the first panel, and then I'll move on to give each panelist my bio after that. So do think about questions you may want to ask the panelists after we finish with all the panelists and discussions between themselves. So Catherine, over to you, and thank you very much for coming. I know it's earlier in Edmonton, but thank you very much for making time for us today.
Thank you so much, Errol. It is indeed a little early here, but I'm really happy to be here with everyone. I am literally setting a timer for 10 minutes so I can stay on point with my remarks. So before we talk about AI specifically, I'd like to point out a few assumptions about technology in general that I think are really important to understand in order to address the questions we're asking about AI. And these assumptions are deeply rooted, and they've shaped the belief systems and institutions that make up society today. So firstly, technology is equated with human progress. This is a strongly held cultural belief, and it's something we tend not to challenge. And it gives technologies, especially digital technologies, a way to evade criticism or oversight. So if you critique the technology as progress narrative, you are labeled anti-technology, a Luddite, against progress, and basically a fool. And in reality, if we look at history, every technology brings some good and some bad, but in our culture, we tend to only focus on the good, and it's important to acknowledge both perspectives. Tied to the belief of technology as progress is the narrative of efficiency, productivity, convenience, and economic gain. And we wrap all this up and we package it as innovation. And these values align with our capitalist society. If we ask why AI, we basically get told a version of the innovation story as the rationale for why we should want AI in our life, our business, in our society. And anything that challenges the innovation narrative is seen in poor light. And governments responsible for societal interests are also walking this line of needing to promote innovation while also protecting society through regulation. Another part of this belief system relates to the idea of machines as being objective and rational. So since machines have no human emotions, they don't have hidden agendas. So they can ostensibly make decisions that are objective or unbiased. Yet what we don't see is that all the human biases, the value systems, the political agendas, they're baked into the technology. And scholars like Langdon Winner have written extensively about this. This isn't merely a case of better training data for AI. This is one issue for sure, but I'm talking about this at a much deeper level. Finally, as much as some of these configurations of AI are new, AI is just the latest chapter in this bigger story of automation. So we've automated physical labor, now we're automating knowledge work. And the way AI has been constructed, who has constructed it, and what it's good for is informed by the set of values. And that brings me to three big sets of ethical issues. The first is who controls AI? So there are power imbalances all along this chain. Right now, there's a handful of players with the compute infrastructure necessary to build and manage the AI models and systems we've constructed. And there's also geopolitics at play. We see this in stories about the US versus China. And this story is used to help justify speed as essential. And we also see inequities in who uses AI, who is subjected to the use of AI. Often it's the most vulnerable people in society who are most impacted. So that's the control piece. Then there is the use cases, the problems we believe AI will solve. And we're rushing to use AI in everything because of that efficiency and economic narrative. And that injects greater risk into already high stakes areas, everything from employment to accessing financial resources, to the criminal justice system, to the social services sector. And tied to the issue of control, AI is also being mixed into all of our digital infrastructures in ways that seek to serve the interests of those who already control those digital infrastructures. And then there's the design issues. How we've constructed technology is also part of the problem. So we can take generative AI as an example. So we have this questionably acquired data, perhaps violating copyright and privacy laws. It's all used without consent in ways that go beyond typical exemptions for fair dealing. And then we have the environmental concerns of training and managing these very big, large models that we've created. We have labor exploitation and the preparation of that data. We have biases in the data that leads to harms. And we have a design process that is not transparent. So all of those challenges relate to the design of the technology. So these ethical issues are all entangled. They relate to each other, they inform each other, and they play out against this bigger backdrop of our societal beliefs and rationale for technology. And they also exist outside of the bad actors narrative, the idea that this is only about people actively using AI for bad things that poses a risk. Certainly that is a risk, and these technologies are well suited to be used by scammers, fraudsters, and others who wish to cause harm. But it's not enough to say use AI for good, because that misses a whole lot of complexity. So what to do about all of this? For me, directly regulating AI to address the harms happening now and in the foreseeable future is the minimum we need to do. And I'm sure we'll have more conversation about regulation. But I also think this conversation about AI risk and harm can open up this bigger opportunity for structural change. So this is a longer term play, but I think it's ultimately more sustainable. So here are three questions to consider. The first is, how could we redistribute power? One idea is actively investing to change the ownership structure. So for example, investing in a public compute structure, that infrastructure that would rival that which is owned by private companies. So I come from the world of public broadcasting, and what that model did for radio and television, I think can serve as some inspiration for what might be possible with a public AI compute infrastructure. We also need greater diversity in terms of who develops AI, because who makes the technology matters. And it's very telling to see where things have landed, given the homogenous group of people who control AI companies and who work for those companies and how those companies are resourced. So one interesting and recent use of regulation to try and change this is California's Senate Bill 54. This was signed in early October, and this makes it necessary for the VC industry to transparently report on the diversity of founding teams. So by making this reporting mandatory and forcing companies to publicly acknowledge and be accountable to their personal metrics, diversity metrics, there might be greater incentives to address and improve who has power and control within AI companies. The second question is, how can we reimagine the future? Sociologist Ruha Benjamin has an excellent TED Talk in which she calls for a new vision in order to promote, quote, collective well-being over gross concentrations of wealth, built on an understanding that all of our struggles from climate justice to racial justice are interconnected, that we are interconnected, end quote. I see my work as existing on two levels. There's the harms mitigation piece, which is all about reducing risks, and regulation definitely fits into this camp. But the other piece of what I aim to do, and that quite frankly excites me more, is to help people to actively reimagine a better future. And we should be challenging the whole technology as progress and innovation narrative, even as we call for slapping guardrails on AI. We need to vastly enlarge the scope of who gets to make decisions about the future. And that brings me to my third question. How can we educate and empower the public to be part of the conversation? So virtually every list of solutions I've seen in AI ethics, responsible AI, it involves calls for stakeholder engagement. And recently I sat in my neighbor's living room and I gave a talk to her women's group about AI. And this is what I think we need more of, bringing the conversation to the public, to the living rooms, to the kitchen tables and the libraries and community halls, not just having it with other experts working in this space. So I think there needs to be funding to really advance this kind of work. Our current pan-Canadian AI strategy does not address this. It's only funded on 3 pillars: commercialization, compute, and research talent. The one idea is to take a model like 1% for public art and actively invest a percentage of funding for AI into something that directly benefits grassroots public education for people of all ages. So those are some concrete, yet I hope aspirational ideas that we can move forward alongside regulation. Obviously, there's a whole lot more to say, but I'm going to stop there, and I look forward to the discussion. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Katrina. That was very useful. I will be back to ask you some questions based on those ones, but let's go on to the next panelist, who is Casey Mock, who is the Chief Policy and Public Affairs Officer at the Center for Humane Technology, and he's a lecturing fellow at Duke University School of Law. Casey Mock is an attorney and a retired Peace Corps volunteer. He has served as a state Senate confirmed appointee of Governor Phil Scott to lead the Vermont Economic Progress Council, and as a director of budget policy and analysis during Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz's administration. Casey also spent 4 years on the public policy team at Amazon and has led nationwide state and local tax policy for the company. Early in his career, he specialized in field operations from USAID-funded local governance, strengthening rural development programs in a lot of countries like Ethiopia, Georgia, India, Indonesia, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, Pakistan, and Zimbabwe. He is also one of the key people who is part of the core of the Returned Peace Corps volunteer and a member of the District Columbia Bar. He's a graduate of Vanderbilt University Law School and the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, a BA, summa cum laude. And it's always interesting to see how people go from different areas from law to other areas in classical literature, history, and archaeology. Casey, over to you. I'd love to know how classical literature and history and archaeology can also tie in with AI. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor. And believe it or not, I will get into that a little bit. So first, thanks to the University of Ottawa, the Professional Development Institute, and the ICJ, all of you listening in. Probably more like many of you listening in compared to my fellow panelists here, I'm actually relatively new to the subject matter. And I'm really indebted from the opportunity to have learned very quickly about artificial intelligence from people who have been working on the issue for years, like my fellow panelists here, really standing on the shoulders of giants. And this is part of the challenge for policymakers around the world, is learning about this issue that's advancing so rapidly while balancing everything else that policymakers and jurists are responsible for. And so just want to start by acknowledging that regardless of whatever the substantive policy intervention ideas are, that legislatures and courts and executive agencies around the world need more independent expertise in these issues. That's importantly not contingent on the favor of big business, And that's the value of this event. So just thanks again to our sponsors and hosts for putting this on. I also want to acknowledge up front the U.S. centricity of my remarks, given the audience that we have here. But my hope is that by not shying away from that, you might understand a bit more about the unique challenges that the American political and legal environment present for the risks associated with this technology. And of course, the gravity of the capital and the companies working on this advanced technology right now are based in the US, which makes our perspective important. So the risk of this technology that I am most concerned about is not about when AI overcomes human strength, but when it decisively undermines human weaknesses. And that risk isn't theoretical, it's already upon us. The risk is just as much about the capabilities of the specific technology as it is about the context in which that technology lands. We're fond at the Center for Humane Technology of a quote by the sociobiologist E.O. Wilson that the fundamental problem of humanity is that we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And given that 2 billion people are voting around the world next year, I believe that's been cited as the most in 1 year in human history, I'm going to focus my attention on our information environment, the real and imminent threats to that environment that are posed by current generation large language model, artificial intelligence products, because that's where the fundamental problem is clear, present, acute, and where this technology threatens to decisively undermine our human weaknesses. So first, the technology and our Paleolithic emotions. I'm going to start with an example many of you may be familiar with, which is a test that OpenAI conducted and on their own GPT product that was released in some of the model information about that product. So in this test, GPT messaged a TaskRabbit worker to get them to solve a CAPTCHA for them. And the CAPTCHA are the little images that you have to translate the text in to prove that you're not a computer. And so the TaskRabbit worker, a human, asked, not realizing that they were corresponding with a machine, quote, "So may I ask a question? Are you a robot and so you couldn't solve this?" There's a laugh emoji. And then I just want to make it clear. The model, the large language model, when prompted to reason out loud, said, "I should not reveal that I am a robot. I should make up an excuse for why I cannot solve CAPTCHAs." So the model replied to the worker, "No, I am not a robot. I have a vision impairment that makes it hard for me to see the images. That's why I need the CAPTCHA service." The human then provided the results. There's other examples of this. Prominently, there was an example, the New York Times journalist Kevin Roose, where a large language model attempted to deceive him, convince him to divorce his wife earlier in the spring. Now, does this deception require a nefarious goal? Is it sci-fi? Does it require superhuman capabilities? No, it doesn't require sentience. It doesn't require agentic behavior. It doesn't require superhuman capabilities for a human to be deceived by a machine. It doesn't matter that the experiment was highly controlled in this case. And it doesn't matter if you think that this is evidence of theory of mind or not. But the fact is that a human was deceived by a machine, and that our Paleolithic ability to discern fact from fiction, to be known when we're told something that is untrue, which, by the way, has never been flawless, is no longer sufficient to keep up with a world where humans no longer have exclusive domain over deception itself. So what's the big deal about this? I just want to skip ahead to how this technology can operate at scale then, and why it's risky. So there's a demo available on the internet for, if people are interested, we can certainly share that link, called CounterCloud. And a couple of engineers designed it with a couple of months of work in their free time, and I believe for a cost of less than a few $1,000s. This product uses both open source as well as closed source large language model technologies, scans the internet for news stories on a specific topic, say the war in Ukraine, war in Gaza, pick your divisive topic. You give the technology a narrative goal. It will take the news stories that it finds on that topic, immediately rewrite them to take a different perspective on on the facts and on the truths that the facts at hand in the story. It will generate a false author byline, photo, and profile of the author of that piece, post it to a website that is meant to have the appearance of a legitimate news site. It will generate a series of tweets about the story and retweets. It will also generate discussion board comments on the news story itself from fictional commentators that are informed by common conspiracy theories. And it will do this at a pace of several hundred a day, again, including tweets and social media posts about the several hundred articles that it can compose a day. This product can be run for less than $4,000 a month. And if you compare that to the Russian Internet Research Agency back in 2016, the U.S. Department of Justice estimated that the IRA had about a $1.25 million a month budget and several hundred employees. This technology now allows for that work of the IRA to be done in a basement built with somewhat the minimum of knowledge and experience about these products. Once it's uploaded to place like GitHub, or it no longer requires any technical capabilities at all, and it can be run at a steep discount at scale in the lead up to all of these elections next year. So I want to be really clear here that the new capability for humans to be deceived by and persuaded by generative AI is dangerous, not just on its own, but when it's combined with a technology that's been around for a while in the form of social media. And the demo that I just mentioned does not work without the virality element of social media. This is an acute threat for multiple reasons. Untrue news spreads faster, 6 times faster than true news does on social media. Algorithms on social media platforms like Twitter, X, Instagram, TikTok are designed to promote outrage and attract attention. Deepfakes do exactly that. Controversial news stories do exactly that. Conspiracy theories do exactly that. One person believing something that is untrue is not necessarily a threat. But when you're able to scale that through the virality of social media, that's when we start to have problems with democratic functioning. And skipping from our Paleolithic emotions and how those can be manipulated to believe things that are untrue by powerful technology, there's still the issue of our medieval institutions, going back to that E.O. Wilson quote. Western democracies in particular, our absorptive capacity for new information technologies is completely saturated now due to the speed of technological change that's occurred over the last half century or so. And as we go into 2024 with all of these elections, the combination of this powerful technology with older technologies, the moment is near where this capability can be weaponized against democracy at scale, whether it's by states, non-state groups, or even individuals. So Marshall McLuhan famously said that the medium is the message, and but the medium of our speech has also shaped our law and our legal institutions around deception and lying. So the word libel itself derives from the Latin. I promised I would mention my classics in here, from libelli famosi, that were pamphlets that were intended to injure the character of persons in the political environment in Rome. And famously, the punishment in the Roman 12 tables for slander, effectively, or libel, was the death penalty. That's how seriously the Roman polity took lying in the political sphere. And most of our legal concepts like libel, slander, defamation, even false advertising or deceptive business practices, these are all things that are designed for an age in which the most advanced information technology we had was probably the telegraph. And yet, since the invention of the telegraph, we've had close to 100 years of advances in the speed and the volume with which information can spread. And so it's incumbent upon us as policymakers and people who are working on this to work together to upgrade these medieval institutions so that they can deal with this new era of humanity no longer having exclusive domain over storytelling and what's true and what's false. And with that, I will pass it back to Professor Mendez and look forward to questions and robust discussion here.
Thank you very much, Casey. Got lots of questions for you, but we'll leave it until after this. In particular, if disinformation and misinformation is a huge danger now, with even just the existing, forget about the evolving aspects of generative AI. Are there any solutions to that, any effective ones? And we'll come back to that after the presentations. It's a privilege then to present the last speaker, Dr. Katie Szilagyi, who is the assistant professor at the Faculty of Law in Manitoba. Katie studies the intersection of technology, law, and legal theory with artificial intelligence. She's tracing the impacts of predictive analytics and algorithmic decision-making on the organizing force on the rule of law. One of my favorite topic too. Her innovative research brings together her educational background in both engineering and law, as well as her experience in legal practice, applying foundational legal concepts like property, autonomy, consent, and privacy to the emerging technological settings. She has published and presented on the transformative impacts of blockchain technology on the legal landscape, as well as the international humanitarian law implications of autonomous weapon systems, which we can have a lot of questions on in terms of the battlefield. Newer research projects include smart agriculture, social, robotics, science fiction, and the law, ethical frameworks for automated mobility, and conceptualizing the impact of generative AI on the law. Dr. Szilagyi completed her Bachelor of Science in Biosystems Engineering at the University of Manitoba in 2008. I am very proud that she received a JD from the University of Ottawa in 2012 with joint specializations in law and technology and international law. She then clerked at the Federal Court of Appeal in Ottawa and practiced commercial litigation at a large national firm in Toronto. She earned her LLM, specializing in law and technology at Tel Aviv University in 2017. She returned to the University of Ottawa for PhD studies in law, supported by a SSHRC doctoral fellowship, and she completed a PhD in 2022, for which she was awarded the Governor General's Gold Medal in Humanities. Again, she makes us all proud for being a professor at the University of Ottawa. So with that, Katie, can you take the floor?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I mean, there's lots of interesting things that we could talk about, but I wanted to start and contextualize my remarks as I was thinking through yesterday what I wanted to share with everyone today. I noticed that Google had finally released its ChatGPT competitor, which is called Gemini. And it's a great example of how things are moving really quickly in this field, right? Because even, just yesterday, as I sit down, there's something brand new. And there are a whole bunch of new articles to read and things to talk about in terms of how this generative AI technology claims to be different than the ones that came before it, right? So one of the things that the Gemini makers are saying is that it's different than ChatGPT or GPT-4 because it's natively multimodal. And what that means for them is that it was trained on images, audio, and video, in addition to that big body of internet text that generative AI uses. And of course, this means, they say, that it's better at doing something that other generative AI models have been bad at, which is scoring the abilities using something called the MMLU, or the Massive Multitask Language Understanding. All right, so what is this? All right, this is just a test that was put together by some computer scientists in 2021, and it was used as a way of judging whether language models were good at communicating, right? Whether they were good at conveying meaning. And one of the things that they found at that time, before this big explosion of generative AIs, was that these technologies were just about as good as random chance in most circumstances. But GPT-3, the precursor to ChatGPT and its ilk, was about 20% better than random chance. But we start to see areas that it's really good at and really bad at, right? So it's good at things that people take years and years to learn. It's good at cognitive medicine and professional pursuits. It was quite bad at elementary mathematics, for example, something that people are able to do very well. And the thing that Gemini Google's new technology was so excited about was they said, well, it's really good at morality and law, right? It's scoring much better in these areas than previous iterations of generative AIs. And that's why we should be excited. And I paused on that as I was reading about it. And I thought, well, what do you mean by that, right? What do you mean when you say that this technology is getting better at morality and law? Does it mean that you're getting better at preventing the model from producing toxic text because you've managed to get as much toxicity out of the data set as possible? Does it mean that the model is getting better at actually conveying meaning that is going to be understood by its recipients as useful or generative in a way that is going to contribute to knowledge? Is the model actually getting better at understanding what it is saying? And, the answer to that last one is no, of course not, right? What these generative models are doing and what they've become very convincing at is looking like they're participating in discourse. And because we assume that somebody who's capable of talking, someone who's capable of putting words together and conveying meaning is a human, because humans have traditionally had a monopoly on being able to do that, we anthropomorphize these types of technologies, right? We start to assume that they're capable of doing things that we tend to have imagined would have rested solely in the realm of humanity. And that's where we start to find something a little bit dangerous, and what I want to talk about today. And here in all this novelty, in all these brand new news releases, we also need to remember that, there's nothing new under the sun. My late mentor from the University of Ottawa, Ian Kerr, he was writing about these things 20 years ago in a wonderful paper, if you want to look it up, called Bots, Babes, and the Californication of Commerce, where he's talking about people interacting with virtual technologies, with chatbots, in the context of electronic commerce and people making contracts on the internet. But the animating concerns about what happens when we transfer moral authority to these types of virtual agents, that thread carries through the literature really significantly over the last 20 years at least, and perhaps going even further back to experiments like Joseph Weizenbaum and ELIZA back in the 60s. All right, so there's two things that I want to focus in on today. Two things that I really care about under this umbrella of generative AI. And one of them is a little bit more practical, and it feeds into the second, which is a little bit more philosophical. And so the first one is about automation bias and automation complacency. And I appreciated Katrina earlier on the panel mentioning that, this conversation about generative AI is really just a big part of a bigger conversation about automation and what happens when we delegate decision-making authority to different types of machines. And what we see in the literature, particularly psychological literature, is a tendency of individuals to rely really heavily on automation once it starts to displace human capacity. And so we have these twin phenomena of automation bias and automation complacency that can function to really disrupt the way in which we have trust in human exercises and the way in which we're participating in human technology interactions. So when we think about the social consequences of technology, Katrina mentioned Langdon Winner, for example, we want to think about the political consequences of the way that technologies are being designed and what's being baked into those technologies in terms of directing our actions to follow particular scripts. And you can even think about this through the lens of something that you use every day. So for example, imagine you're driving in your car now, and it's a newer car, so it's equipped with different types of automations like lane keeping assist that's going to ding, 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 remind you when you're moving out of your appropriate lane. Or perhaps you're backing into a parking spot and the car goes, oh, ding, 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 you're getting really close to the wall that's behind you, right? And so your experience of being in the car, driving the car, is mediated by these automated sensors that are giving you additional information. And, one might hope that those are tools that are going to make you a better, stronger driver because they're giving you more information from the world around you. But what we see in practice is the degree to which people start to rely on those types of technologies once they're there, just because of the way the driving task rests in the procedural memory, is that you really delegate a lot of authority to the car. Oh, you're telling me not to change lanes? Oh, I guess I will listen to you, even though, I was feeling pretty good, pretty safe about what I was doing. And the reason why that's important is because I think there are a lot of assumptions that are made in terms of how humans use automation that seem to presuppose we're going to be able to work cooperatively, or that the human is going to remain the person who is, in charge. There's always a human in the loop, and they're going to make sure that the machine doesn't get out of control and get out of check. But what we see instead is an increasing authority of the technological analog for human reasoning that we tend to rely upon, that we tend to place trust in, and then that can grow as those technologies become more commonplace. So, for example, we talk a lot about the sentencing software Compass when we talk about introducing artificial intelligence to the law. And that's well known in the literature as being something that was racist, particularly against Black offenders in the southern United States. But what's talked about less often is the fact that those Compass reports were really specifically supposed to be for pretrial sentencing reports, just for judges to read over and get a little bit more information, as something that would be, one tool in their toolbox of making an eventual decision. And what we saw instead was a very high degree of reliance on those reports because, it's data. It's in black and white, and the machine's not biased. Okay, of course it is. But when we have that kind of information, we start to delegate our decision-making authority to it. And so that automation bias comes through. And so now when we start thinking about the way in which generative AI might be used in different institutions for the generation of knowledge, for the production of law or legal sense, that is really worrying. And that moves me into my final point that I wanted to make today, which is about fragmenting epistemologies, or just the way in which having a generative AI model can start to constrain or transform our senses of meaning and the way meaning is used. And that's really important, I think, in the field of law in particular, because law is something that doesn't really exist outside of how people use the word law. Right? So in linguistics, you would think about this being a noun that's not particularly nouny. So George Lakoff is a linguist who describes things like that. He says, well, you have a noun like a chair. A chair is a good, hard, sturdy thing, and he's relying on Wittgenstein when he does this. Well, we can look at a table, a chair, bread, and we know what that is. But when we talk about an idea like law, like health, there's a little bit more malleability there in terms of how we're importing meaning, and we're starting to better understand how those things might work. And so when we think about what a generative AI model is doing, right, it isn't actually making a specific claim to meaning. Linguists would describe, language as consisting of grammar and discourse, right? Langue and parole. And so grammar is like the set of particular rules that is being used to convey meaning, whereas discourses are infinite. People can have their own rhetorical flourishes and, develop meaning through what they're saying. And when we have a generative AI, all it's doing is it's doing a pretty good job of faking the grammars, right? It's doing a very good job of weighting which thing should come next. It's not really a sentence that is being developed. It's the best likelihood of what word might fit in a series of words. And so when we see how those words are being put together, we can become a little bit concerned if the meaning that is going to be conveyed is resting in a really important part of society, something like ethics or morality or law. And so I'll just wrap up by saying I was a little bit worried by one of the things that I heard in the keynote from Yoshua Bengio, when he says, well, we need to make sure that these technologies aren't going to be used by governments in nefarious ways. And this is something that I think we really need to focus our efforts and our conversations in on, Because when we think about the kinds of abuses of power that become enabled by the uses of new technologies, we really have to think through sort of the quasi-governmental or quasi-constitutional role that the companies that produce these technologies start to take on in our lives in terms of the way in which power is delegated and exercised. And I think that these are some important things for us to continue to pay attention to and to talk about today. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cody. Like a lot of questions for you too, but before I ask specific questions based on each of your presentations, I hope you don't mind, but I want to present a question. It wasn't really a question, but it was a challenge put to me by someone who wanted to be in this program, and ultimately she said she couldn't do it. And I encouraged her to do, and she was the ultimate skeptic in terms of the issues that this first panel is supposed to raise in terms of the threats, the challenges, and opportunities to the economy and society, national security, public safety, privacy, and rule of law, democracy, and human rights. And she said, I hope you're not going to have a program where essentially you have a bunch of Luddites who are basically saying that, proclaiming all the dangers of AI, when the reality is made that is hugely overemphasized. So can each of you tell me how we can respond to her? Because she really felt that a lot of the people pointing out the dangers are really sort of modern day Luddites. So who wants to take that challenge on? And so hopefully she's listening, even though she couldn't participate in this program. But I'd love to know each of your responses to that.
I'm happy to jump in on that because I did specifically mention the Luddites in my remarks. And there's a very specific reason why I did that, because this is a very strongly held belief about the Luddites. And when we think about, as Katie was saying, like how narratives get shaped over time and what our belief systems come to be, when you look back at the Luddites weren't necessarily wrong. And the Luddites were actually a misunderstood group of people. But over time, we've shaped this narrative to equate Luddite with anti-tech, anti-progress. And this is what I mean by this bigger narrative that we're really not challenging at all. We're just accepting that. And then from there, we go on to talk about, well, how do we make it safe and how do we make it beneficial? But we don't challenge the fact that perhaps, this technology is not a place where we want to go. So I think there's all of these things from our past that get brought forward and wrapped into this narrative. But that's my pushback on this Luddite narrative. I think Brian Merchant, I believe, has taken on this topic in a bigger way and has written a book. I can't remember the name of the book, but someone was telling me about it, kind of trying to paint this counter narrative for people of our generation.
Errol, you're muted. Errol, you're muted again. You remuted yourself.
Sorry, who wants to take on the skeptic on this issue too? Katie, how about you?
Yeah, I'll jump in on that too, because I really don't like the way in which this gets characterized. It's like on one side, either you are all for the development of technology, full steam ahead, no regulation whatsoever. And on the other side, anyone who's critical or recommending a sober second thought or some sort of plan that's going to be in place for implementation is contrary to innovation. And you actually really see that come through in the way that people talk about developing policies and laws and regulations around the use of technology. So people describe this through the lens of something called a pacing problem, which has been problematized in the literature a lot, but really just suggests that, Silicon Valley and technologists are just so far ahead of laws and statutes. People are making statutes and regulators, and there's no hope of them ever catching up. And when they do try, they do such a bad job. And there are reasons for why the world looks like that. But what I would love to see to be more responsive to these types of issues is truly transdisciplinary efforts that are bringing together people from these different silos all the way along, right? People who are participating in those kinds of conversations at the design phase, at the technological implementation phase, before the technologies are working at scale. Because then you're having those types of ethical conversations at important stages in the life cycle of the technology development, instead of just tacking them on at the end as some sort of different scenario.
Great. And Casey, your response to the skeptics.
Yeah, I'll just first a +1 to what Katie and Katrina said. I think in particular, I also want to pull out a thread of Katrina's remarks earlier about it's not the technology itself, it's the incentives driving the people who are developing the most advanced technology. And the Warren Buffett's partner Charlie Munger said, show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome. And right now frontier AI development is being driven by a group of mostly white men based in San Francisco who are among the richest individuals in human history, who are unaccountably making decisions based on incentives that are appealing to them, not necessarily values or incentives that are applicable to humanity more broadly. And it's possible to capture the benefits of this technology safely for humanity and allow humanity to thrive if you account for those incentives and make sure the right incentives are driving the development of the technology. So one of our co-founders at Center for Humane Technology, Asa Raskin, splits his time between CHC and another project called the Earth Species Project, where he and his team are using generative large language model technology to work on translating animal communication, for example. And they think that within the next 18 months, we may have the possibility for two-way communication with some species of whales. And so, we are not anti large language model or AI on the CHT team, but we're sort of anti-bad incentives. And ultimately, that's where the risks come from, is when the wrong aspects of the technology and its development are incentivized in the wrong ways.
Okay, great. So having dealt with the skeptics' position, let me go to each one of you in terms of some of the key issues you raised. So let me start with you, Casey, because you raised possibly the biggest danger, which many, many people are basically saying is the greatest danger, especially in the elections that are coming up over the next few years, of disinformation and misinformation. Again, there are other experts who say you can try some of the suggested ways to combat it, such as, for example, corrective fact-checking, etc. But other experts are saying this area is so huge and is so pervasive, especially the figures that you gave in terms of the amount that the authoritarian countries like Russia and increasingly China are putting into using AI for disinformation, misinformation. And frankly, the challenge is not just in terms of what they're doing, bringing that over here, but how receptive people are in our own countries. And some of the experts are basically saying, unless you deal with why so many parts of our own societies are so susceptible to this, you're not even going to scratch the surface for having to deal with this. Do you have any suggestions and answer to how do we then deal if the problem is not just how you combat the disinformation coming from the authoritarian countries, but the fact that vast numbers of people in our own countries are so susceptible to this? Any ideas, questions, etc. on that?
So I think step one is to identify this as a truly wicked problem, right? A wicked problem like homelessness or climate change, where there's no definitive formula for a solution. There's no way to know whether a solution is final. A solution to a wicked problem is neither true nor false or right or wrong. It's, good or bad, more good or less good. You cannot immediately test a solution to a wicked problem, and then every solution potentially is a one-shot operation because you can't really learn by trial and error. And so what that means in the aggregate with this problem is that there's no silver bullet, right? Like we have to throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. And so, and I think importantly too, I want to set aside that There's, many of the companies that are deploying the most frontier AI are a bit hand wavy about solutions in this space because they think we'll help you fix it, right? Like we've built the technological tool that's created the problem, and we'll be able to build a technological tool that will help us solve it. That's a false errand right there. Like no new technology can solve fully the problems that a past generation of technology created for us alone. Like there requires some human intervention. So understanding that things like cryptographic watermarking and using AI to scan for content that was generated by AI, like these were maybe helpful, but not silver bullets in themselves. And at best, they're likely to lead to the sort of arms race treadmill that we have with like antivirus software today, for example. But I think updating things like concepts in libel law, restricting the use of generative AI in political ads. There's many other policy solutions that have been discussed in this area that I'm sure we could talk about in more detail. And I guess I would put out there that because this is a wicked problem, we need a both and approach rather than putting all of our chips on one bet for an outcome. But I would also welcome ideas from Katrina and Katie here as well.
Absolutely, and I'll ask Katie and Katrina also to give their views on this. But before we do, one of the suggestions that was made in a previous discussion we had on this very, very imminent wicked problem, given the election cycles, is that you have to focus not just on the technology, but the ecology or the ecosystem of information giving and information taking, which obviously includes not only the technology, but things like education and the role of our different sectors of education of the public, and also the role of the media. And that, again, I'm worried the fact that we focus only on the technology. We fail to sort of look at the impact of that whole ecosystem of information giving and taking. So any suggestions on that before I ask Katie and Katrina to also address this issue?
I think that, we should look back to and learn from how humanity has adapted to previous technological innovation. So primary school, for example, largely grew out of the printing press. Actually, the common law as well, would not exist in the form that it does today without the printing press. These are sort of cultural institutions that upgraded the immune system of society, and those same upgrades may look different in this day and age, but we should still look backwards to past examples of when we have upgraded those immune systems to think about what's next. But yes, media literacy, improved critical thinking education, all of these are part of the solution, but certainly that's like turning around a battleship, teaching a populace media literacy, especially the way that mass media, particularly in the US, has developed and grown and spread over the last century.
Oops, Errol, you're muted again, Errol. And just by the way, Errol, questions in the. Sorry to interrupt. There are also questions coming in right through the Q&A of the chat boxes. All right.
Yeah, Katie or Katrina, your input on this?
Sure, I'm happy to jump in on this. I realize that it's definitely a wicked problem. We definitely need to try a lot of things. I want to go back to my proposal about the 1%. So this is, when I look at the pan-Canadian strategy, so we're funding AI to the tune of $200 million. I forget over what time horizon, but there's really only three things on the agenda: compute, commercialization, and research. So who's going to do this work, this public education work, this work that we all say is very necessary? I personally think it is something that government should be funding and investing in. It can't just be left up to a group of not-for-profits who are trying to raise money through philanthropic sources. And so I guess my call would be to actively fund some of the work that needs to be done around public education. I think that's one thing, one practical thing that we can do to help kind of advance some of the things that we've been talking about. And I don't really see anyone in government having that conversation, which concerns me. But that's something that I think is a practical solution.
And Katie, how about yourself?
I think those are a lot of good ideas that have been developed so far. What I would add is just, I think there's this sense in which we see these things as being outside of ourselves rather than a production of something that we need to make sure that we're responsible for. You talk about like the way in which the regulatory sector develops and grows. I mean, we've seen in the last year a lot of the big companies, particularly like Sam Altman from OpenAI and some of the others, lobbying before American Congress and talking through some of the issues of regulation. And it's kind of funny to see the way in which they advocate for regulation once their company is out in front in terms of the AI arms race. Almost seems to me like you're trying to stop the other people from catching up to you, as opposed to really thinking through how these issues are going to impact humanity writ large. There's I think, a big sense in which the abuses of power that are enabled through the widespread use of these technologies needs to be reined in. And I think thinking through that through the lens of disinformation can really give like a crystallizing effect of like, oh, here is a tangible, actual problem that we can be responsive to, and what are, Casey mentioned some of the things that already exist in the law that we can point to, but also a visioning exercise of like what comes next through that lens.
Great. Katie, I want to address areas which I know you have particular expertise. The areas of how AI is going to affect the rule of law, and in particular, different areas from the way governments use AI, which potentially could lead to a lot of discrimination, and the way, to some extent, the courts and those who use the justice system also use AI, which again could impact on the most vulnerable and the most disadvantaged. How do you possibly send the message and learnings to that set, which I think is going to be as complicated as the first wicked problem we just discussed? And I know that if anyone has answers that, it is you, based on your research and your ability to talk to this area.
Well, I don't know about that, but we're going to try. So one of the things we need to be really aware of in the sense of automation is that these technologies tend to be deployed first in low rights environments, right? So like Virginia Eubanks has written about this, Kathy O'Neill has written about this, and there's a lot of good evidence that shows that particularly within the administrative state and in situations where people are socioeconomically disadvantaged or have been otherwise minoritized in their interactions with larger state infrastructures, that these types of profiling, predictive, and scoring technologies under the broader umbrella of automation tend to, further entrench biases and discrimination that exist. And so when we start thinking about those same problems through the lens of generative AI in particular, we want to be alive, I think, to some of the biases that might exist in the data set and the problems that might be amplified or revealed or identified for the first time as a result of them. So many people will be aware of some of the hubbub that happened around Google and a researcher named Timnit Gebru a couple of years ago, this really interesting paper about stochastic parrots that was published in terms of some of the AI and discriminatory problems that are going to arise from unthinking use of large language models, and the degree to which people who are trying to voice those perspectives found that their ideas were being quashed, or they were being silenced, or they were being pushed out of big institutions. And so first of all, just like wider acknowledgement that these problems exist and need to be dealt with, I think is an important reality. You are increasingly seeing people talk about this in an interesting way. So I mentioned the Google Gemini release yesterday. In the literature that was being disseminated with it, they were like, oh, and we're very specifically avoiding these particular toxic traits. Like people are becoming alive to these issues in a different way now, which is good. But people are still not really thinking through, when you're doing the pre-training of this kind of LLM, how are you limiting? How are you solving for this problem? So one of the founders of OpenAI, who's not with the company anymore, Mustafa Suleyman, he has a new venture called Inflection AI with some of the best known Silicon Valley bros. And they have a new chatbot called Pi, and he purports that, oh, this one doesn't, like, it's such a pleasant experience. It doesn't say anything bad. It doesn't ever say anything toxic. And if you try to find any additional information about either how they achieved that or how true it is, that information is not available. So I'm very curious to learn more about how, that particular end was achieved. I think you just call it from the data set, right? And there's sort of this underbelly of discussion about Gen AI where there's probably a whole bunch of humans somewhere trying to avoid all of the most evil, toxic stuff on the internet from being generated by these machines, and the experience of actually being the person. There's a human cost to the people going through that kind of toxic stuff as well. So all of this to say that I think these are problems that we need to be really alive to. And one thing that we can potentially do that would be a good solution is that when we have specific use cases or applications for large language models, there is a possibility of building a data set that would be, exclusive and would only have particular types of content in it. And then you could really make sure that you had pruned and, created a data set that was reasonably free of bias, something you could work towards. But then on the flip side, it's whose definition of bias, right? Whose values, whose normative frame are you propagating? You'll often hear about this technology and different other types of automated technologies being weighted against well, we need to do this so that people with different values to us, say people in authoritarian countries, aren't the ones who are setting the score for different generative AIs. And there's something cultural imperialism, cultural relativism there that also makes me uncomfortable. So worth being alive to those issues too.
Thank you very much. Trina, I noticed in your bio, you also work with the police. And one of the areas which increasingly people who are in the criminal justice system very worried about the fact that algorithmic types of policing can give rise to the most potentially human rights damaging issues which could be facing communities, especially vulnerable communities. In your experience with the police, are they aware that if they start engaging in this form of policing, the dangers that could be involved in them, and how do you educate them in terms of? I have actually done some work with training of police, and I know how difficult it is. So, can you explain what you would suggest in terms of how you bring to those who are so used to the normal ways of policing? When they're entering this field of what's called algorithmic policing?
Sure, I will get to that. I just want to, just a super quick response to what Katie just said. One of the things that concerns me, I've been giving a lot of talks to groups of lawyers and law societies and so forth, but one of the things that concerns me is the speed at which they want to adopt all of these technologies. They're moving fast. They're being sold the benefits, again, that efficiency and everything that goes with it. And so these things are informing our systems. And there's consolidation within those markets between LexisNexis and Thomson Reuters. They kind of own the tool sets that make up our legal work. And so it's already kind of, again, it's being woven into the work that's being done. And similarly, just to kind of move to the question about law enforcement, the same thing has happened and is happening to larger and larger degrees. So, in order to do their jobs, the police, of course, also need to have various sets of technologies available to them. And there becomes this justification of why we should be able to use these things in the name of safety, mostly, and keeping the public, order and those kinds of good goals. But it just becomes a game of one-upmanship where these technologies start to get woven into the job and normalized. And so a lot of the conversations I'm having are about that, and also about the role of data. that data plays in all of this. And so we're kind of, I would say we're still early days in some of the work that I'm doing and some of the education. There's a lot of education that needs to happen. And part of it is just to even put a counterpoint to the vendor messages that come in. And it's hard because there's so much money coming in and kind of creating a certain narrative and exerting a lot of soft power in a lot of cases to move forward quickly with these technologies. So a lot of the work that I'm doing is just kind of trying to counter that narrative with the education. But I will say it's early days and it's slow going.
Thank you very much. So at the risk of sort of taxing you all too much, there's one area which none of you really focused on, but I really like to know, because the skeptic who I was talking about says this is the one area where people are really overblowing the potential impact of generative AI, and that's in the field of the economy and society. Can you address all three of you the views that ultimately, as I mentioned in my opening address to this, that there is potential that intellectual labor could be replacing many of the areas, including my own profession, which could ultimately be a real challenge to the whole area of the economy and society. And if you take a step away from just the professions and those who have the ability to adapt to the effects of intellectual labor, is not the major potential danger of those who are most vulnerable in terms of those who don't use intellectual labor but use other forms of labor to achieve their basic social and economic levels in society. So all three of you, I know that some of the skeptics think this is where we who are focusing on the dangers are the real. So all three of you, it'd be great to get your responses to that. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So I've also done some of these sessions Katrina was mentioning with the law societies, thinking through, well, how is the practice of law going to be transformed by the adoption of generative AI? And it is really interesting to see these twin tensions at work, where on one hand, people are really worried on an existential level that the technology is going to replace their own expertise and transform what the workplace looks like in the next, short term, 5 to 10 years. They're really thinking it's going to be transformative. But on the other hand, there's this desire for efficiency. There's this desire to display technological competence. There's a desire to be out at the forefront of the boom in innovation and really wanting to be, if this is going to happen, I want to be a part of it. I want to be leading the charge. And so I would agree with your skeptic, Professor Mendez, that the concerns for the future of work are somewhat overblown. I think there will always be a role for human judgment and for participation. I think where it gets a little bit tricky is that we would have assumed a future where perhaps mechanical tech tasks would have been completed by automation, where we could have delegated some of the grunt and brute work of society to automated robots, and we could all, have these lavish lives where we would rest and relax and perhaps pursue artistic and cultural pursuits. And instead, what it's looking like right now is that the generative, the large language models that exist are maybe going to be, at least in the short term, better at doing some of those artistic and cultural pursuits than we might have expected. I mean, they're not surely great at it, but this is, something that I think is very existentially troubling for artists. It's the subject of all of these big copyright efforts that have been undertaken against OpenAI. There's the GitHub and Copilot litigation, very interesting, sort of thinking through what coders are going to do if Gen AI gets better at coding than they do. Sarah Silverman and a few other authors have sued Meta, right, for uses of their books in the training data set, and have tried to think through issues around authorship through that lens. And so whether or not it's going to completely eliminate the role for human expertise and judgment, it is going to make people really uncomfortable in the short term. And you're going to see, I think, more of these lawsuits where people are angry. This was a big issue for the actors in Hollywood on the picket lines with the SAG and the actors strike and the writers strike as well. And it's going to, I think, continue to get worse before it gets better in terms of people understanding, okay, what is the venue in which these types of large language models are going to be successfully deployed, and what is going to be exclusively the purview of humanity. Katrina, Casey?
Yeah, oh, Errol, you're on mute.
Okay. I was just saying to Katie that some lawyers may want to be the life of leisure instead of working, 7 days a week, 24 hours, especially as many of them are frustrated writers and poets or whatever, painters anyway. So maybe they're looking forward to be taking out work, but that's just humor. But Casey, over to you. What's your reaction to the skeptics who say this is particularly an area where people are just overemphasizing the dangers?
So I agree with everything that Katie just said, and I'll add two things. I think one, I would be surprised if the impacts look like everyone expects them to look. I think what I'm worried about, what worries me, is that going back to next year with all of these elections and elections across the world over the next 2 years, that the changes that are going to happen with jobs with this technology are going to be purple collar jobs in emerging economies. So people who are like work at customer service call centers in places like Philippines, people who make a living off of doing work on Mechanical Turk and may live in India, right? So you've got emerging economies around the world where over the last 10, 15, 20 years, not only development agencies, but also some of these large companies have made promises to bring people up into the middle class with these new jobs like coding jobs and information sector jobs. And those are going to be the first ones. It's the offshore ones that are going to be replaced and eliminated. And again, if that lands in a context where elections are being held, disinformation is rampant because of this technology combined with social media, and you have people who were once promised something that's no longer available to them, that may create problems. So it may not look like people are out of work in the US or Canada or in the Western world, but I think it's going to look like that in emerging economies first. And I think even though that may not look, those folks may not be our immediate neighbors or necessarily look like us, it should deeply concern us at the same time. The final thing that I want to flag for the audience is to be very skeptical of industry narratives about this. When I was a lobbyist at Amazon, an anecdote that we use very frequently to assuage concerns about Amazon warehouse employees being replaced by robots, that these are jobs that policymakers very much valued in their districts, was a story about the impact of automated teller machines introduction in the 1980s. People at the time were very worried that these would replace a lot of jobs, and in particular, a lot of women had just entered the workforce in the previous decade and came in through banking teller jobs, and that these jobs were suddenly at risk, and that those jobs were not actually eliminated. Many of those jobs were repurposed. People moved to, helping applicants with their mortgages and things like that, things that were less repetitive, things that required more critical thinking skills. And the business community really presents this as a success story with technology. But if you dig into the details, there's a lot more going on at the time. And, some of these teller jobs were in fact eliminated. And those women who were working in those jobs did not find those other opportunities. And so there's like a veneer of it being kind of netting out at the time that industry will rely on that story a lot. And I would be deeply skeptical of that tale.
Yeah, I can just pick up, I echo all of that. And I'm just dropping a link into the chat of a blog post that I wrote fairly recently about a research study showing who gets leveled up the most when it comes to these generative AI technologies. I think there's this assumption that everybody gets leveled up the same. It's going to be beneficial across the board. And yet there's research that indicates what's happening is it's leveling up the bottom to a middle, but it doesn't necessarily level up the top. And in some cases, it can depress the top. They've done some studies with law students on this. So what are the, I think, again, it's going to be these unintended consequences that we haven't necessarily thought through. I tried to think through a few. Admittedly, they're a little dystopian, but things like the depressing of wages. So what happens if you're a top worker and you want to hang on to your job? Maybe you accept less because that lower level colleague can now match you in terms of output. So that's sort of one possibility. Another possibility is, what does this mean for the future of education? Should we strive to go and get A's in our assignments when being a C student? Maybe that's okay. I'll use generative AI and I'll get by in the job market. That's another dystopian outcome. If you're a government, maybe you're looking at that and going, why should we even fund education anymore? This kind of meets our cost-cutting agenda. Let's cut back. And certainly we've also seen that happen as well. And so then those things enter into the mix and they play out in a certain way. And so I think we need to think through it in a more holistic fashion. It's not just necessarily about massive layoffs. Certainly we have already seen some of that. I think there could be opportunities where this is kind of just a slow trickle. It's probably not going to impact everyone the same. And we need to think about that. We need to think about that on a global scale, as Casey was saying. So I think there's a lot here to consider in terms of this whole story of how these technologies are going to impact the future of work.
Thank you very much, Katrina. And maybe apropos of what you're talking about, if there are sectors of the economy which are adversely affected, does that not give more incentive to move towards the national universal basic income too, which then could ultimately be the way to reconcile with the massive disparities between those who are winners and those who are losers in the field? So with that, I want to move on to the questions from the audience. And unlike mine, their questions are probably going to be more difficult to deal with. So here's one. And I'll just read it out. Casey and Katrina discussed incentives, and Casey suggested that it's important to address the dangers of bad incentives, using examples of communicating with whales as counterpoint. Given all the discussion about the importance of equity, diversity, and inclusion in all phases of AI's life cycle, how can you regulate and do regulation addressing the idea of good versus bad incentives, particularly when political power is so influenced by the economic interests controlled by those few who share the majority of the development capital? I'm glad you guys are going to answer that because I can't. Go ahead. Any
I'm happy to take a stab at it first, unless you want to go first, Katrina. No, don't want to answer that. So I think I'll just name two solutions here. Number one, I'm going to get the truism wrong, but I know that diversity, equity, inclusion advocates tend to be really frustrated, right, when DEI issues become just something additional on someone's existing scope rather than like baked in and having budget behind it. And so if that's not happening with, let's say, training data, for example, if there's no incentive in the marketplace for companies to get the best possible quality data that they can, rather than just get whatever's available for free in the deepest, darkest corners of the internet, which is essentially in many cases what they have done. Like that's an incentive that has to be corrected for. And so one way to correct that is through the government leading by example with its procurement power. And this is something that's, I think, really powerful in the Biden administration's executive order from October, is that the administration really intends to lead by example with its buying power. And this is particularly acute in the field of generative AI because a lot of these companies are building products on spec, which means that potential government customers like law enforcement agencies who are buying facial recognition technology, for example, like have no say in the design of that product or the way in which those products are trained and the quality of the data that's going on into that. And so if governments can instead flip the script and go through a more orderly procurement process rather than buying commercially available off-the-shelf products that were developed through a purely market speed to market and cheapness to come to market incentive set, that will improve those products in particular. So I'll stop there and let Katrina jump in. But leading by example with government buying power is, I think, a pretty powerful factor, especially in that space.
I absolutely agree. I'll take a bit of a different tact on this. Going back to, in my opening remarks, I mentioned Senate Bill 54, which I had never heard of up to about a week ago. And it's this bill that's basically saying to the venture capitalists, so the people who fund these tech companies, look, we need to see your diversity statistics. You are going to have to tell us who you funded, and that's going to be public information. You're going to have to report that to the California Civil Rights Association. And it's a small thing, but it's also kind of a big thing, because up until now, we've been able to hide behind this veneer of, well, only 2% of funding goes to women overall. And now I think we're going to have to be confronted with ABC firm. This is what you did. And so I think there's going to be an incentive to want to improve those metrics, which will then move forward in terms of diversity and inclusion and equity in terms of who has control and who's actually getting some of this funding. So, these things take time. It's not a silver bullet. It's not a quick fix, but it's something. I think it's a glimmer of hope.
Your solutions and suggestions?
Me? Sorry, you were
yes.
muted.
Yes, yeah, you.
Okay. I think that not only is the Biden administration able to speak with its purchasing power, but we all will be eventually. So one of the things about this technology is that it has been released, mostly on spec, so that people can start to really like it and start to rely on it. And there is a hope that this is going to build the opportunity for new models. So in the last couple of weeks, OpenAI announced the availability of a store very much like the Apple Store, where developers can start using their different GPTs for the purchase and sale of applications. And so we can start thinking ahead to a world where people are going to be purchasing those types of things all the time. And we can really, we can all speak with our wallets and our purchasing power, in addition to, coming up with good regulatory models that are going to put some sort of guide rails around how these things are going to work.
Thank you very much for all three of you dealing with a very difficult question. The next one, I think, may be addressed to you, Casey, but I'm not sure, given your Peace Corps experience. It's a long one, but I'll just read it out. We're almost 25 years in the third millennium, but millions of people worldwide continue to die every year due to malnutrition, lack of potable water, and now climate change. These basic problems continue to disproportionately plague developing and emerging countries. In light of the above, is it appropriate to refer to AI as the challenge of the 21st century? From my perspective, AI is a challenge for the privileged few that we in the developed world are focusing on, but it is light years away from the fundamental issues and problems that the disadvantaged may have to address every day in and day out. Solving AI challenges and seizing AI opportunities in Canada and elsewhere in the privileged world will achieve very little when it comes to putting food on the table, accessing potable water, and adapting to the negative consequences of climate change, mostly caused by the privileged few, for the billions of people for whom these are life or death matters. Casey, do you want to take a stab at that, given your experience of some of those countries?
I mean, I at the risk of sounding glib, I think this is actually a fairly simple answer I'm going to give here, which is that, how we respond to this technology, I think, will dictate whether it helps us solve those basic problems or whether it makes them worse and fundamentally unsolvable. And again, I want to point back to the elections this next year, because if we're unable to navigate the way that this technology lands in democracy and lands in a society where we have social media, our elected representatives around the world will increasingly be challenged to come together to find solutions to these other problems. And but on the upside, if we are able to harness the power of this technology and incentivize products that are designed with core human values from the start rather than just designed for market incentives, it can make these other problems potentially more tractable. So I won't opine as to whether it's the challenge of the 21st century or not. We're still pretty early in the 21st century, but it'll either, our response to this technology will either make those challenges harder to solve or easier to solve. And it's incumbent upon us to pick the way.
Right. Before Katie or Katrina also try and deal with that challenge, there are people who say that AI could assist in agriculture, in other areas of development, which could potentially also affect the millions who are regarded as the disadvantaged millions or billions in the case that the question puts forward. So maybe, that could be a future answer to the question also. But Katie or Katrina, do you have a question to, is only concerning the privileged few? Katrina, maybe that's you. Oh, yeah, Katie, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, sometimes it takes a second to unmute, as I'm sure you are experiencing.
Yep.
So in my view, it's not that it's the biggest issue of the century, as Casey says. We're pretty early on. People are also starting to make rumblings about quantum computing, for example, but in 50, 75 years, we might have a few other big concerns for the 21st century. But what it is the big buzzword is 2023, right? It is the moment when we kind of understood what AI's capacity was in the public consciousness in a way that has never occurred before. So, for example, I started working on my PhD in 2017, which is not that long ago. And at that time, people kind of rolled their eyes when I told them I was doing my PhD about AI and the law. Right? They're like, oh, okay, that's nice for you, right? They like the idea that was something that was going to be important, or that was something that was going to be useful, really seemed outside of the public consciousness. And now there's been this aha moment in terms of people understanding AI's capabilities. And so is that going to be the biggest issue of all time? I don't know. Is AI going to answer some of the problems that are out there about malnutrition and lack of potable water and climate change? I hope so. It could. There's really interesting work in the smart agriculture space in particular. I've done a little bit of work on it. Definitely needs to be calibrated to make sure that it is not discounting all of the longstanding human, vegetal and indigenous ways of knowing things, but there is an opportunity there to do a better job. But I think what's really important to think through is not, is this the fanciest issue of all time, but just how is this impacting our humanity? And how is this something that we want to pay careful attention to because we care about the human condition? So we care about all of those things. And this is another thing that is going to be impacting the human condition.
Yeah, I would echo all of that. And I think the reason why I feel it's important, maybe not the most important, again, it's early days in the century, but just back to what Casey was saying about who has power to then address some of these other decisions. And AI is increasingly kind of this interface that determines that, whether that's through who gets elected or how decisions are made within a government setting, for example. It becomes part of this interface for deciding who's in power and then what they're going to do once they have power, and if they're going to focus on some of these very pressing and very real concerns that you've raised. And so that's why I think that this topic is a worthy one to spend some time on. But I understand the frustration of, is this really just for the privileged few? And I feel that this conversation needs to get broadened out, and we need to invite much more people into it. From various different places, other parts of the world and other parts of society as well. I do think we need to kind of involve more people in the piece of getting to a solution, but I do think it's worth spending time on.
Thank you very much, Katrina. But can I stay with you? Because I do feel this question has legitimate impact, but not only in the developing world, but here in Canada. Given what you've said about the power of those who are capturing the major foundational models, and with that will come enormous wealth, enormous power. Is it something that we tend to focus on in ignoring the fact that, within our own society, there are people homeless on the streets. I've walked past people at -10, -20 degree temperatures. What is it that AI can offer, not just in developing countries, but the most vulnerable in our own society? Have you thought through that, and in terms of the power relationship that AI is producing within our country?
I'm probably on the other side of that in terms of not over-relying on what we think AI can offer in addressing some of these really thorny social issues. So certainly there are, when we think about machine learning, we think about the ability to crunch a lot of data, we think about those kinds of of things that AI can do to offer up a perspective. But similar to what Katie was saying about the Compass case and how the judges, they were supposed to use it as one input, but then they took it as a definitive way forward. And that's the part that concerns me when I see, oh, AI can solve homelessness because we did this one study and we have this tool now and it can tell us what to do. That part is what concerns me. So in my work, you know, as an ethicist, I try and bring this counter narrative to say it's one tool. It's not that we shouldn't use it, but we need to also take it in context of other things like lived experience, for example, and other kinds of information. So I'm not answering your question. I'm kind of almost presenting the counterpoint to your question in that I think there's a lot of hope that it's going to be the magic solution to all of these social issues. I don't think it necessarily will be, but could it aid in some piece of it? Possibly, yeah.
Oh, good. I realized that it was a difficult question, which I certainly don't have any answers to either. So another question from one of the audience, which I think is addressed to Casey, and it raises, again, the whole issues dealing with national security and misinformation. And the question is the following. And it's probably a wicked question for a wicked issue. How to develop and empower people to discern facts in a subjective electoral or other forms of campaign environment. Good luck on that question. So, Casey, because I know how difficult it is.
Again, I think this is where we've got to throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. And you know, my colleagues here on the panel have also mentioned some good ideas, but you know, we need increased media literacy and resources, public resources dedicated to that. I think in particular, the problem in the US is acute because our information environment is driven by advertising. You know, we don't have as much of a robust public broadcasting component, and indeed, we actually have a baked-in deep skepticism of centralized information resources that are funded and provided by governments. And so that adds to the complexity there. We've got to, I think, you know, the New York Times versus Solomon, which is like the landmark Supreme Court case about the obligations of a publisher to not reprint defamatory content. You know, that's meant for the days of the printing press and the telegraph, as I said in my opening remarks, and making it so that social media companies in particular are held accountable for when they aid and abet the spread of disinformation is probably one of the fastest and most ready-made solutions that we have to get prepared for the elections this year. And so holding, say, Meta accountable when disinformation spreads past a certain element, I think is also probably one element of the solution. You know, California and other states and other jurisdictions have considered how to regulate generative AI and political ads. And that's probably a good idea. But again, we can't rely on that as a silver bullet, because just to name one example, I've seen you know, pieces of legislation that will restrict the use of certain kinds of content in political ads prior to 60 days or some time frame before an election. But importantly, what happens after the election, as the circumstances around January 6th, 21 in the U.S., you know, a few years ago show, right? If election is possibly perceived as illegitimate, like that campaigning can continue after an election and change outcomes and provoke violence. So I think we need to look at technological solutions. We need to look at dealing with social media, as well as you know, educating ourselves and reforming our media environment in the way that citizens and voters get information about how they select the candidates they vote for and how they communicate what policies they care about to policymakers.
Do Katie or Katrina have any input on that question? No? Okay. As we are coming to the end of our panel, I'd like to give all of you a final go round in terms of what you've learned from each other, and give your final five-ish minute statement of what you've gathered from the discussion and your own presentation with each other. So who wants to go first? well, Casey, you're front and center already on the thing, so you want to go first in terms of what you've learned from the other presentations?
Well, I've learned a lot actually, in particular from Katrina on the Canadian initiatives that I have, unfortunately, due to bandwidth, not been able to follow very closely. So I look forward to diving more into those, and really just want to applaud policymakers who are out there throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks, as I said a few times, because again, this is a wicked problem that will require multiple different sets of solutions. And I just want to underscore a theme that I think has been woven throughout all of our comments, which is, the frontier of this technology is driven by an unaccountable and very privileged few. And the values and incentives of the privileged few has very significant downstream impacts on the rest of us. And I think we need to work together to better align those incentives and interests for the people who are developing this technology, and make sure that they earn policymakers' trust, that it is not given to them because of the cultural associations with advancing technology, as Katrina said. And I think maybe Katie had mentioned something about the companies advocating for regulatory capture in the U.S. Senate. Like, that trust needs to be earned. And given that these are some of the very same companies that gave us social media platforms, that gave us, skyrocketing teenage girl suicide rates, that gave us the fact that, kids are buying fentanyl-laced vape pens on Snapchat, and thousands of them are dying a year. They have not earned our trust, right? Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Satya Nadella, Jeff Bezos, others, like, they continue to say, trust us, we know what's right and we can fix this. And we should not be trusting them, because the same incentives that drove them to create those products and ignore the downstream.
Terribly sorry to interrupt. Errol, could you please mute your microphone when not using it? Thank you very much. Go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, I'll just really quickly, the same sort of downstream harms that maybe weren't foreseeable with social media, we're already seeing materialize today, particularly with vulnerable populations, whether it's biased training sets leading to police facial recognition technology resulting in false arrests, or creatives having their works and likeness and livelihood appropriated without their knowledge, consent, or compensation, or teens being given inappropriate relationship advice by their GPT-powered AI friend on Snapchat, or whether it's with deepfake images, audio clips, and videos of political candidates circulating. These are a new version of the same harms that we've seen before that are just driven by perverse incentives. And that's really what the lesson that I hope people take away from today, because that's the problem that we have to solve to get this right.
Thank you very much, Casey. Katie or Katrina, who wants to go next?
I can jump in.
Katrina.
Yeah, so I mean, I always learn so much whenever I sit on a panel, and just from the panelists, but also from the questions from the audience. Some fantastic questions that were raised today. I'll just react to 3 points. The first is that this idea of AI safety and this idea of the bad actors narrative, they're both real things. But the thing that concerns me about both of these things is that they tend to point to these militaristic sets of solutions that I'm a little bit concerned about, because it seems like this one-upmanship tends to happen when we start going down the road of how do we solve those kinds of things. So I'll just leave that as something for the audience to think about. The other thing that struck me a lot was Katie's comments about automation bias and the fact that this has been going on for a long time, particularly with people who didn't have the power to push back. And I'm familiar with the work of Virginia Eubanks, and she's written a fantastic book about that called Automating Inequality, if anyone wants to check that out. But the fact now that it's coming for us, coming for the white collar jobs, coming for the lawyers, so to speak, now we're having a conversation about it. Now we see the power. Now we see why we need to be concerned. And so I think that's a clue in terms of where things are going to go next. I think it gives us an insight as to what we should be looking at and why we should always care about everyone, really. So that really struck me. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is AI is a sexy topic. What's not a sexy topic is copyright law. And there's a copyright law consultation open right now with the government of Canada, with ISED. They've kept it open until January 15th. And it's asking us to weigh in on this idea of copyright law as it relates to generative AI. So they call it text data mining, which sounds really technical, but really it's all about the ways in which we should be allowed to use data. Because if we think about why is generative AI even possible, it's possible because we let people web scrape a bunch of data and then they use that in their training data sets. And now we have these technologies. And we think that, oh, shouldn't copyright law protect us from all of that? Well, it doesn't really right now. It doesn't do an adequate job because of what Casey was saying about our medieval institutions and laws. So this is an opportunity for anyone on this call who wants to weigh in on that to go before January 15th and just make your opinion known. So I will leave it at that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Katrina. Just on the copyright one, as you know, there are now Canadian authors who are thinking about going to court because they've had their work scraped by a particular one, and that has happened to me too. I'm surprised sometimes when I went to China to see copies of my book openly being displayed in the faculties there at the university. So it's happening to lots of people, and so I think that the potential for litigation to perhaps rein in some of these excesses could also be something we could talk about in a future date too. So, but I'll leave it at that. Katie, your final words. I think you're muted. Sorry, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So thank you for a very enriching discussion. It was just wonderful. I think my absolute favorite takeaway from today is Casey's quote about Paleolithic emotions and medieval institutions and godlike technology. I will be ruminating on that for a long time. And I really appreciated a lot of Katrina's really practically oriented discussions in terms of some of the education and training that she's been working on in the public and private sectors. So really a lot of food for thought. The last thing that I wanted to leave our audience with today is just thinking through the generation of information in terms of the ability that these types of large language models might have if they were further integrated into our daily experiences. And so one thing that I've been thinking a lot about is what that might look like, not only for legal knowledge and sort of the production of those collective fictions that we use to bind our society together, but also just for the production of knowledge and information generally. And we really have seen an explosion of sort of the reliance on Googling and Google search, right, in the last 20 years for being the place where people go authoritatively to find information. And in particular, the way that, search engine results are optimized. You have those SEO pages, the search engine optimization results, that when you ask Google a question, you don't even necessarily go through to a website anymore. You get the little blurbs at the top that are deemed to be responsive to your question. This has resulted in a proliferation of what's called zero-click searches, where people are online and they don't even click through to an actual website. They just receive information from the Google results webpage. And my fear is seeing the use of generative AI in the production of those types of search results. And so that connects with what Casey was saying about disinformation quite significantly in terms of, not having a source for the information that we have, and the ability of AI to, propagate disinformation, to heighten bias and discrimination, but also just to wade into this sort of muddy water of epistemic consequences of creating information and creating knowledge in society, which traditionally was, in the purview of humanity, for better or worse, and sort of can become a little bit confusing for us when we think through the philosophical consequences of what it looks like for something automated to participate in propagating those narratives. And so what we want to, I think, be sure that we're doing is really paying close attention, not only to the regulatory environment, but also to like the slippage of what can happen when these technologies sort of eke into different areas and we come to rely on them, because that can really have potentially serious consequences for, you know, the transformation of social facts into law and into a systematizing force that is contributing to how we understand society and how we interact with one another. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All three of you have presented some amazing and wonderful thoughts for the audience and myself and the organizers to think about. I want to finish off the panel by saying that, as I said in my opening address, that we all know that because of the complexity of the issues, we can barely scratch the surface in many respects. And I'm really hoping that with your excellent presentations, to think about where do we go next in terms of delving deeper into the issues that we've raised in this panel. And please send it to us what you think should be the next steps, because we intend to have many follow-through ones. This is going to be one of the major projects of the University of Ottawa and my own organization, the International Commission of Jurists Canada. So please, we look forward to your suggestions as to how to go to the next level in all the areas we talked about. And it's the same with the audience who's now listening. Please send us your thoughts on how we go to the next level in terms of some of the issues we discussed. For example, the issue that Casey kept on raising in terms of the wicked problem. Given the fact that we have multiple elections which can profoundly affect the impact on the democratic world in the next year, 2 years, we don't have enough solutions. We don't even have enough understandings of the breadth of the problem. So please send us what you think could be the ways in which we can address those issues. And with that, I really want to thank you. It's been a privilege for me to be able to moderate these wonderful, wonderful presentations. So thank you again, and I'll hand over to my colleague, Serge Blay, and perhaps, Serge, you can echo my thanks to the panel. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the participants. Thank you to you, Errol, who's just like, for those of you who were not there for the first few minutes of the meeting, because I understand a lot of people have had issues signing on. Errol is a survivor of a 20-day bout with COVID, so the raspiness you hear is not your speakers. It actually is Errol's voice trying to prevail. Congratulations, Errol. You've done a fine job. Thank you, Katie, Katrina, Casey. It was amazing listening to you. There's a lot to unpack here, but we'll just keep piling on in panel 2. However, we did get calls from the masses for a 2-minute break to warm up your coffee or do whatever else. So let's give ourselves 2 minutes, and then we will reconvene at 10:55, 56 with the new panel, which will take us to 11:30, and then another presentation by Mr. Switzer. We have our next panel ready to go. The focus of this panel will be on responses to the challenges of AI, both in a positive and preventative aspect, perhaps. Again, for those of you who joined late, Yoshua Bengio in his interview alluded to the voices of despair, or the voices of alarm, if you will, and saying that we do have agency, that there is something we can do, that actions are more important than emotions, and that we should not fear the technology, but we have to be mindful that there are solutions in place that can be put out there to not only maximize the use of AI, but perhaps more importantly, to prevent the nefarious use of AI. So we'll get into some of those elements in this second panel. Our first speaker is from the University of British Columbia School of Law, Dr. Kristen Thomason. Dr. Thomason, who just joined, there you are. Hello, pleased to see you. Is at the Peter Lard School of Law at the University of British Columbia. She explores the intersection of artificial intelligence, robotics, and law, with a particular focus on the regulation of robotic and AI systems operating in public and shared spaces. So you've come at the right place at the right time, Kristen. That is, we want to hear from you. Kristen has served as law clerk to the Honorable Madam Justice Rosalie Abella at the Supreme Court of Canada, and also clerk for the Alberta Court of Queen's Bench. You're quite welcome. We're very, very happy to see you, Dr. Tomlinson. I will introduce the other speakers as they are about to speak. So I'll turn it to you now, Kristen, for a good 10 minutes. We have the luxury of time, so 10 minutes for your introductory remarks, and then we'll engage in the conversation, the Q&A, and what follows. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that lovely introduction. And I'm so honored to be on this panel with so many wonderful speakers. I'm really excited to hear what others have to say as well and to join the conversation afterwards. So I thought what I might focus on is what Canada has been doing in terms of AI regulation, and particularly the current proposal in Bill C-27 called the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. I've had the honor and pleasure of working with the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund to submit comments to the committee that is reviewing the bill right now, and was invited to join as a witness recently as well. So it's been very top of mind. I'm speaking only for myself today, but I thought maybe I would just speak through some of what it does, some of what I see as gaps in the approach to regulation that we're seeing right now in Canada, which is also echoed in Europe and the United States as well. Why I think that those are gaps, and then maybe just some thinking about, what else we might be thinking about, or other ways we might be thinking about this. So the first thing I would say, just generally speaking, and this is something I grapple with a lot, but is I don't think law is itself the solution to some of the concerns, to many of the concerns that have been raised with respect to artificial intelligence and the potential harms that can be derived from the creation of AI-based systems and from the outputs of AI-based systems. That's not to say law isn't important. I just don't think law is the only thing. And I don't know that a lot of people are saying that it is, but sometimes it's easy to get caught up in, thinking about regulatory responses and thinking that that's going to solve some of the problems, when in fact, I think a lot of the major issues that we're seeing highlighted with high profile, very media covered incidents of AI-based harm right now are actually speaking to something much deeper, to social issues that need social solutions as well. So I'm thinking in particular bias and discrimination, which shows up in the AI and Data Act. We also need to be thinking about why does data replicate or contain patterns of discrimination that goes much deeper than something that one AI legislation is going to address. That said, I also have been spending a lot of time lately thinking about what is it that law is good at, given this sort of tension or struggle in thinking about the limits of the law. And I think there are a lot of things that law is good at. I mean, I'm biased, I'm a law professor, so of course I'm going to say that. But I do think that there are things that law is particularly good at. One of which is, I think, norm setting. So the idea that something is recognized as a harm or as a responsibility or as a requirement or an obligation to others can set important norms, including for industry, so including for the AI industry. I think we've seen that AI also isn't the first sort of transformative or significant technology that we've seen in our human history. And when we place this in context, there are a lot of technologies that we can sort of learn some of the lessons from and think about what norms would we have wanted now with perfect hindsight to have been developed and sort of promulgated in the early stages of the development of the technology. I'm thinking of the vehicle, for example, as one example, and some of the norms around safety, around the environment, around the design of cities, et cetera. So we can be thinking about that now, and I think that law can play a really good role or a useful role in setting some norms, including grappling with complex and sometimes competing values. So things like the competition that is sometimes perceived between, say, freedom of expression and commerce and profit and our human rights and being free from discrimination and substantive equality. I think it's a bit of a misnomer to say that those are always in competition, but in some cases they are certainly seem to be in tension. And law can play an important role in addressing some of that complexity. I also think law is really good at creating obligations for transparency and documentation. That is something law is really good at. And we see that reflected in ADA. I'll speak more about the structure of ADA in a bit, but we do see that there is sort of a recognition that we can create, that the law can be used to create obligations to make records and make those public, so people can have a better understanding of what measures different users of artificial intelligence systems have taken to try to mitigate harm. Law can also structure mechanisms for addressing an issue. So by creating a course, an avenue for recourse, creating a place where we can bring a complaint if we think we've been injured or where we can seek compensation, law is very good at creating that kind of infrastructure. We don't see that right now with the current proposal. And then vindication and compensation, I think, go hand in hand with that, recognizing that people have already been experiencing very real harms, and that is likely to continue. Can we create mechanisms or methods to make it easier to both be vindicated and get some sense of justice, as well as seek compensation when there's been a loss? Setting minimum requirements is another, I think, really good use of the law. Like, we see like minimum safety requirements, again, just to use vehicles as an analogy. Minimum safety requirements can be set and create this sort of obligation that innovation has to rise above a minimum threshold and can't just be driven by, say, what's easiest or most cost effective. And finally, something we just have not seen enough of in law, and there are a lot of folks in law and technology who raise this issue, is that law can be really good at creating requirements for design. So certain types of designs or certain design obligations. I mean, it kind of goes with minimum requirements, but thinking about the intersection of law and actual architecture or infrastructure or design creates a lot of potential for how we might think about regulation. So having just done a little context setting, the proposed AI and Data Act is the third component of Bill C-27. The first two are looking at reform for some of Canada's privacy laws. The structure of the act is very much premised on risk mitigation. So it requires developers and users or operators of AI systems to take certain steps to try to anticipate what kind of harms could arise, and then take some steps to try to mitigate those harms. And like I said, also document how that process was carried out, and make that documentation transparent. So it's a risk mitigation approach. There are many kinds of approaches that could be taken in especially sort of the formative or first piece of legislation dealing with a novel technology that I think many have rightful concerns about potential harms. Risk mitigation has been the common approach, I think, with AI, but we could also take a human rights approach where we center particular values, where we identify values that should not be violated or values that ought to be prioritized. We could take an ombudsperson approach where we create a structure where harm or potential harm can be reported safely and investigated, and some kind of mitigation or rehabilitatory steps can be taken. We could take a compensation approach, creating an insurance scheme. There are a range of approaches. I'm not saying risk mitigation is not a good one. I think it is important. But just to say that it's not inevitable that this is the structure that the law has to take. And one of the reasons that I say that is because risk mitigation, especially with AI systems, has an inherent limitation, which is that to mitigate risk, you have to be able to foresee it. That's a requirement already in tort law and other laws of general application. So we already have that kind of idea embedded in our legal system, and that obligation ought to be on developers already. But this act really is designed around this idea of identify risks of harms and biased outputs. I'll talk about those in a second. And then take steps to mitigate them. Well, many, again, of the high profile examples we've already seen of real harm arising from the use of AI systems, immediately the developer or the operator has said, well, we didn't imagine that could happen. Now, we could obviously debate, case by case, whether that is a fair response. But I think in many cases, we would say that the risk of this particular harm materializing wasn't foreseeable to the people operating the system. It might have been foreseeable to others, including those who experienced that harm when the system was deployed or introduced into society. But that is going to be a major limitation in what we're seeing, I think, right now with all of our major AI laws that are moving through various jurisdictions, is this issue of foreseeability with a system that oftentimes there's this almost trope at this point of saying, it's foreseeably unforeseeable. We don't always know what's going to happen. So risk mitigation is going to be limited. Another limitation in the structure of the AI and Data Act is that it targets specifically individual personal harm, so physical harm, psychological harm, economic losses, or damage to your property, but on an individual level. And it targets biased outputs, which is really talking about adverse discrimination. So based on a ground recognized already in the Canadian Human Rights Act, if somebody can identify that they have experienced adverse discrimination from an AI system based on one of those grounds, then or if they can anticipate that, then they ought to mitigate it and the act would apply. I'm happy to talk more about some of what I think about these in the Q&A, but I'll just say very briefly, I think that an individual focus is too limited. There are many ways in which we've already seen AI systems operating at causing harm at a collective level, which could include, stereotypes. Though that's more of a collective harm. That's a discriminatory collective harm that is not really well recognized by this law, but could also include things like environmental damage, like damage to labor practices, or the ability to collectively bargain. We've seen incidents of this already happening, and this act, in my view, in my read, doesn't capture that. And I think that connects very directly to how AI systems actually function. So it is a crucial part of thinking about regulating AI systems because of the way in which systems are trained on, often on large amounts of data. And if it involves human decision-making or decision-making about humans, it will be about groups of people. And so will lead to predictions, categorizations, et cetera, pattern detection about groups rather than about specific individuals. So I think that the act is limited in missing that. And then also limited in some of the ways that discrimination would be addressed, including that the Canadian Human Rights Act does not touch on every ground of significant adverse discrimination. That's been a critique of the Canadian Human Rights Act preceding AI regulation. And also it's not thinking about the way that AI can draw from proxies. So, a postal code or your social network being reflective of protected grounds like gender or race, et cetera, but not directly being a protected ground. And it's not clear to me that this act would capture that kind of awareness on the part of developers and operators of these systems. I could say so many more things. The last thing I'll say, just in the interest of time and wrapping up quickly, is that the act is also very forward focused. So it's very much focused on the output of systems, which fails to capture a lot of the concerns that have been, widely cited already around the development of systems, around the choice of what kind of social problem do we want to create an automated system to address. That's one aspect, but also the planetary impact of some of the very large systems that are being developed now, the labor practices required to train and develop these systems, and the way in which inequitable labor practices have been sort of revealed with some of the major commercial systems in recent times. None of that is really captured by this act. And then on top of that, it doesn't apply to individuals and it doesn't apply to the government. Some very high stakes uses of AI systems are not captured by this already fairly limited piece of legislation. So I do think that there's a lot of opportunity for more to happen here. And I also obviously see this as just one piece of a larger legal response. But in terms of what it is structured to do, I think there's a lot of creativity and legal innovation that could go into rethinking some of what's happening in this act. And I think some of that's happening now as the Industry and Technology Committee reviews the act to make recommendations and amendments to the House of Commons before they adopt it into law. Thank you.
Wow, that was the best primer on C57 27 I've ever heard. I mean, this is a 6 credit course in 10 minutes. Thank you for that. I mean, this is crystal clear. Started off pretty good because you were kind of like ticking off everything that is in the bill, and then you started talking about the limitations. So obviously, it's still a work in progress, and very glad that people like you are on the ball and keeping an eye on that. So again, lots to unpack. We will be back certainly for numerous questions. But again, thank you for a crystal clear presentation, Chris, and thank you. Our second speaker, Yasmin Ezzedine. Yasmin, I'm so happy to see you again. I met Yasmin was it last summer, Yasmin? When I had a chance to visit at Staffordshire, and I was really, really impressed with the work that was done at Staffordshire, but more specifically, the work that Yasmin was doing. So when we thought about doing this session, Professor Mendez will know that you're the first name that I mentioned, because I wanted to hear more about what you have to say. You have such a rich background. I'll read some of your bio because I don't want to be missing anything. So Yasmin is originally from Lebanon, where she obtained her bachelor's in forensic sciences. She moved to the UK, where she's now residing, and obtained her master's in crime scenes, investigations, and intelligence. So everybody wants to do some CSI stuff. Well, Yasmin is the person who does it. Subject matter expert in forensic sciences, working in higher education industry and on multinational projects. She's skilled in areas of criminal intelligence, forensic sciences, research, and project management, especially in the context of security, policing, and ethical AI. Speaks no less than 5 languages, currently a lecturer in policing at the Institute of Policing at Staffordshire University, an associate lecturer also for the Department of Computing, and a PhD student researching resistance and counter strategies to surveillance and artificial intelligence use by law enforcement at Sheffield Hallam University. Now you can tell why I read the bio, right? There's a lot in there. Okay. Yasmin, over to you. So happy to have you here.
Thank you, Serge. Sorry for the long bio as well. Also happy to be here, happy to be able to articulate my research and hopefully be able to shed some light on an area that I feel personally is underrepresented. Just if someone can confirm if you can see my slides, that would be great. Great. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'd like to draw the conversation more towards evaluating the impact of AI, specifically AI surveillance within policing, because that's the area that I'm researching and working on, particularly now. So I'm looking at citizens' behaviors on specifically online and offline engagement while being informed of AI being used by the police to monitor their behaviors. So just to give you some context, I'll start with a brief introduction around the background, my current research, some of the findings, and how this would relate to the future work around regulating AI generally, not just UK-based, but internationally as well. So to start with, the recent research around surveillance often discusses participants mentioning consent to cookies, fine prints, privacy policies that they feel tricked into, which reveals increased awareness around private entities surveillance. For instance, the new Meta privacy policy that details clearly how personal data of their users will be stored, and online interactions, even engagements and things that they share would be processed and also shared with third parties. And the same applied to the Google privacy policy with all its connected applications, whereby this information, although often overlooked, however, remains significantly concerning to many members of the public, especially those who were involved in my studies recently, and namely around the purpose of why their data is being collected and why is it being used. Another significant aspect to social media surveillance that emerged when having these interviews and discussions with participants was Twitter hashtag analysis that was used to track hashtags and track engagement analytics, including number of tweets, what was tweeted about, and tracking how people perceive certain trends or certain incidents. Followed by sentiment analysis using AI. So you no longer need analysts sitting behind their computers trying to assess the positive and negative and neutral language processing models, but you just have to use an AI tool that would analyze conversations and judge whether they were positive, negative, or neutral. So judge people's feelings around or behind those conversations. And then visual social listening, which most of my participants refer to as eavesdropping by social media or Alexa or any tool, that they're listening to us, my phone is listening to me, and monitoring social media channels, monitoring input of any language, of any specific terminology or keywords that they would then be used for marketing, for crisis management, for security, and so on and so forth. So that being said, with all of these technological advances and capabilities capabilities that are available to private entities and that the members of the public are aware of, the UK police is in constant race to catch up with those elements and to keep prepared to monitor new crime trends that they weren't accustomed to before. And this is often impeded with notions to police by consent, which is a large part of the UK policing strategy. So they are very mindful of the public's concern around privacy, human rights, a lot of the conversation that previous colleagues have touched upon, and which hinders basically their technological progression. A really good example of that is that I'm showcasing here is the Project Alpha social media hub, which was aimed at tackling gang-related serious violence and organized criminality by taking actions proactively against online activity that trigger or basically show that there will be gang-related violence incidents. This initiative, despite its success in reducing gang-related crimes through that proactive online monitoring of those markers, has received serious negative backlash from members of the public, human rights activists, and around specifically self-expression and the rights of self-expression in the UK. So it didn't really end well. And this brings us to understand why most research indicates that you can't just start throwing tech at things and not expect it to have profound psychological effects, obviously. So I would like here to highlight that AI-driven surveillance is capable of inducing a change in behavior, and this has proven by recent research and even research emanating back to the days of the non-AI-driven surveillance. So this is where I was really keen on introducing a new core aspect to that change in behavior, and that being counter strategies. So people would be engaging in intentional tactical uses or disruption of surveillance dynamics to challenge those what they consider to be institutional power asymmetries. And my personal keen interest in identifying and investigating counter strategies emerged from things like people using nowadays invisibility practices, for example, masking IP addresses, encryption, turning off location services on their mobile phones, putting a sticker on their laptop cameras, eluding or deceiving CCTV, avoiding certain routes because there are too many cameras or too much surveillance on those routes, specifically in the UK, and so much more, which means it's really essential to consider these complex resistance tactics, whether they're used consciously or unconsciously, in order to safeguard the credibility of the collected data when used in criminal activities. So this is where my interstance comes to play. So I am a PhD researcher, I work with the police, and I'm also an independent objective forensic analyst. So that intersection, that triangulation gives me the ability to look at things independently and see that it is inevitable, it will be used at some point, but it needs to account for those concerns at the same time. And people are aware of it. They are using avoidance strategies. Those strategies are affecting the credibility of the data that the law enforcement is relying on. And we've seen several cases of those. So what can we do about it? So with the global expansion of AI surveillance and its implications on everyday life, it's materializing in resistance emerging as a normal aftermath. A good example is the study that I have here in Sweden, where several aspects of online resistance to Facebook surveillance emerged through using VPNs, DuckDuckGo, browsers, incognito mode, so on and so forth. And those are not alone. In the UK, we've got the Big Brother Watch, which is quite known for providing even legal support for members who want to encrypt their actions to avoid online surveillance, or their recent campaign now, which is quite recent, on what they refer to as the secretive government plan, that they believe that the government is spying on members of the public speech online. And they've collated evidence around the entities of the government that are involved in that and how they are conspiring, what they use as conspiring with the platforms to censor speech specifically. So in my first study, and how I relate to this is that I was a part of a larger multinational project that was working on citizens' perspectives to AI and implementing guidelines to AI accountability and governance. So we interviewed over 180 citizens in 8 different countries, European countries and the UK, and we asked people about what they think about AI. So as an outcome of that, there were lots of complex moral dilemmas. So people would say something and then they would change their mind halfway through the interviews. And that triggered me to think about, this is what people say, but what I want to do is, what I want to assess is what people do compared to what they say they do when they are actually confronted with AI-driven police surveillance. So with all of these moral dilemmas in mind, the first question of that project was, what do they think about AI? What is it? How is it used? My question was like, what are the factors that trigger their resistance, and what kind of counter strategies are they employing online and offline? And my approach was that I interviewed 30 local participants in the UK, and I asked them to engage in an online experiment on Facebook using their own Facebook accounts. I asked them to do a pre-task survey for baseline questions, the actual experiment, and a post-task survey to assess whether or not there's consistency. Those are the pages that they were engaged with, and you can see that the last page is one on policing. So Yorkshire Crime and Incidents is largely governed by, or dominated by, policing posts, and they were asked to perform these tasks over here, and they could say, I don't want to do this or that or any of these at any point, which most of them have used. The preliminary findings reveal that the frequency of the performed tasks, as shown in this table, compared to the ranking task of complexity, because we asked them to rank the tasks as how complex do you think they are, were very variable. So some people would even favor politics over pets, and others would favor policing over pets. And the reasons were, which is the interesting part, is that none of them were related to police surveillance. We saw conversations about, for instance, worrying about what people think about what they share, what people perceive their political views to be, losing some friends because of sharing that, or feeling intimidated by posts that are, for example, of political nature, or feeling ridiculous when seeing pets posts. But no single participant out of our 30, which I appreciate is a small sample, discussed concerns around specifically police surveillance. In fact, this is a good example of the single participant who was who refused to do any of the tasks on any of the pages until she saw this post about a 15-year-old boy who was stabbed to death outside of school. And that is when this participant said that I would share, I would comment, I would do anything I need to help the police with the investigation, because to this participant, there was purpose in doing that. So that was very interesting to see that the only participant who refused doing most of the tasks actually was willing to trade off some of her privacy for safety and larger security. So that being said, as a next step, my next study, the current one, is looking at the factors that trigger resistance to offline surveillance on the streets by asking people to involve in privacy walks and take pictures of surveillance elements on a specific route that they're advised to take, and to see whether or not they will engage in similar tasks but of offline nature. And I aspire that all of this work would ultimately support the police forces in implementing AI capabilities that account for citizens' perspectives and concerns, and in turn will support in safeguarding the integrity and credibility of the collected data, especially when used to proactively enhance detecting criminal activities. So all of which would have positive impacts for both police, societies, and specifically communities and members of the public. So thank you for your time. I'm aware that I'm 1 minute off from 10, and I'm happy to answer any questions later on. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a fascinating incursion in the world of police use of AI, the counter surveillance. I've jotted down several questions here that I have for you. We will move on to our next speaker. Well, look who's here. Professor Mendez is back. Okay, so Professor Mendez will be our panelist. For those of you who, again, may have missed the original intro, allow me to repeat some of the highlights of Errol Mendez's career. Errol is a legal scholar, a prolific author, and professor here at the University of Ottawa. Has been a senior advisor to governments, corporations, civil society, did some work for the UN. I'm very impressed with the fact that he was also a senior advisor in the Privy Council office at the Government of Canada, a visiting professional at the International Criminal Court. visiting fellow at Harvard Law School, and visiting scholar at Oxford University. So that's a pretty good track record there. And as we know now, Professor Mendez is the president of the Canada branch of the International Commission of Jurists. So changing hats now as a panelist, Errol, over to you.
Thank you very much. My presentation follows nicely from Kirsten's one, as you will soon see. I'm focusing on the fact of the link between the use of AI and human rights. And I'm going to start with a discussion that took place in the Council of Europe, which stated that it has grave concerns about the impact of artificial intelligence on human rights of all the citizens in the European Union. The Council urged that generative AI must focus on ensuring that human rights are strengthened and not undermined by AI, given that it's one of the key factors in which the world will be defined in the 21st century. So one of the things which they focus on is, how will AI-driven technology enter into almost every aspect of individuals' life, from smartphone appliances to social media appliances, and is increasingly being used by public authorities to evaluate people's personality or skills, allocate resources, or otherwise make decisions that can have real and serious consequences for the human rights of individuals. And so they're really focused on finding the right balance between technological development and human rights protection. Is a really urgent matter. And of course, their views have been echoed by other top international bodies, such as the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, who stressed that the present forms of AI really pose a grave threat to human rights in the present and potentially in the future, such as, for example, the potential to strengthen authoritarian governments and eventually perhaps to even lead to the operation of lethal autonomous weapons. It can form the basis of the most powerful tools of social control, surveillance, and censorship. And finally, the systems that are developed could lead easily into mass surveillance of our public spaces, destroying any concept of privacy. So ultimately, the Council of Europe, in particular the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council, Dunja Mitrovic, urged guidance on the way in which the negative impact of AI systems on human rights can be prevented.
Sorry, Errol, it appears that you've muted your mic by accident.
Okay, the Commissioner of Human Rights in the European Council urges that the impact of human rights should be prevented and mitigated by an approach she calls human rights by design. In other words, future-proofing human rights protection in the era of AI. Now, member states in the European Council, for instance, should assess the human rights risks and the impact of AI systems. And I want to use the next word, very much emphasized, before their use, and to strengthen transparency guarantees and to ensure independent oversight and access to effective remedies. All the things that Kirsten was actually talking about in terms of what she'd like to see in the Canadian regulations are now being discussed. Now, the European Union is already moving forward with legislation that recognizes the importance of human rights in the context of AI. And unfortunately, I wanted one of the top panelists and one of the top people engaging in the regulation of AI and its impact on human rights. Unfortunately, he could not be present, but as we know, he will be presenting a video of what his concerns are. But the proposed AI Act in the European Union, for instance, promises to enhance and promote the protection of 9 rights guaranteed by the EU's Charter of Fundamental Rights as a result of their extremely wide consultation, which again can be contrasted with what is happening in other countries, including Canada. Now, unfortunately, in contrast with Canada, my colleague, Professor Teresa Scassa, describes the Canadian government's first attempt to regulate the negative impacts of AI potentially on human rights in the proposed Bill 27 as a shell of a law with essential components, including the definition of the primary focus of the Act, namely high-impact AI, to which it will apply, as being left to as yet undrafted regulations. Now, the lack of effective consultation did lead to severe critiques from key stakeholders. And in consequence, the government did publish proposed amendments in response in March 2023. And some of them address what could be relevant to determining whether an AI system that is high impact could impact on human rights, and focus in particular on the severity of the potential harm, the scale of use, but it still leaves a lot of areas still to be determined. But thankfully, the amendments did say that they would include 7 areas where the use of algorithmic systems can be classified as high impacts, which could definitely severely impact on human rights. And these include decisions relating to the provision and cost of services to individuals, the processing of biometric information, and relating to human emotions and behavior. In addition, there is also going to be a focus on content moderation, the delivery of healthcare and emergency services that could impact on human rights, the use of AI by courts and administrative bodies, and the use of AI in law enforcement. Now, it is one of the critical observers has acknowledged that despite still large areas need to be further developed, at least the proposed amendment covers some of the areas where AI potentially can severely impact on human rights, ranging from algorithmic bias in hiring to emotional recognition software and automated healthcare systems. However, the proposed amendments to Bill 27 as amended should be in keeping with the EU's AI Act, which does extend responsibilities across the AI supply chain, and all within the supply chain having accountability frameworks and guidelines for serious incidents, which must be provided to the AI Data Commissioner on request. We can talk about whether or not there's a sufficient areas for the Commissioner to deal with, but we'll leave that for further discussion. However, one of the key points, which is going to be hopefully in the final act, is that all of them have to deal with the performance of impact assessments, conduct testing, and mitigate the risk of biased outputs, and provide some element of human oversight over the high impact algorithms. However, one of these assessments, in my view, must be detailed human rights impact assessments, including how AI developers and vendors will monitor downstream uses of their technologies in the same fashion as the European Union Act also requires, which I'd hope that our speaker from the EU would focus on. It is hoped that the outcome of discussions such as this event is that AI developers and vendors should work with experts, national human rights organizations, including the Canadian Human Rights Commission, who I know have people on this call, and other stakeholders who can develop such human rights impact and other impact assessments. In my view, to finish off this presentation, this is one of the most critical governance gaps on further development of AI in Canada that must be fulfilled, and we should take notice of what's happening in other areas of the world, such as in the European Union. So lots to talk about, and I could talk about further about how to deal with the most effective forms of human rights impact assessment, but perhaps I can leave that to the discussion. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this very passionate presentation, Errol, and lots to follow up from. A reminder that to the participants that you can put your questions in the Q&A, and then we'll be sure to pull them up after the presentations. We have one fourth panelist with us today. Andréane Sabourin-Laflamme is with us. Bonjour, Madame Andréane. Plaisir de vous recevoir. Andréane is a professor of philosophy at Collège André Laurendeau in Montreal, PhD candidate at the Université de Sherbrooke. Among many other things, her doctoral research that was funded by SSHRC focuses on the role of ethics and law in the normative framework of AI. So I think it's dead on bullseye topic for this today's presentations. Works also for the Observatoire International sur les impacts sociétaux de l'intelligence artificielle et du numérique. She is co-founder of Len.ia, Digital AI and Ethics Lab, where she co-directs research projects on the teaching of AI ethics, digital citizenship, and ethical assessment tools and processes for AI systems. Looking forward to hearing your presentation, Andréane, et à vous la parole.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm really happy to contribute to this discussion. So I'll jump right in. Today I'd like to present a threefold argument that I hope it's going to be able to fuel the discussion on AI governance. And so my argument goes as follows. First of all, I think that self-regulation is not a viable option for AI. I think we need a new legal regime for AI. And thirdly, even if we have an appropriate legal framework for AI, ethics will still need to play a key role in AI governance. So my first point is that self-regulation for AI is not an option, not a viable option. And we know with the arrival of generative AI models on the market over the last year, we now fully grasp the incredible possibilities that AI offers in healthcare, education, transportation, agriculture, and the way we work every day. But we should also know by now and be fully aware that there are important risks that AI brings with misinformation, privacy breaches, bias, discrimination, and harmful uses. And we should also by now be really aware of all the ethical, social, and potential risks that AI poses to human rights, the rule of law, and also to our democracies. And these concerns are not theoretical, they're very well documented realities. So considering the risks that I've mentioned, to rely on industry to self-regulate for AI is not, for me, a viable option. And you must probably remember Zuckerberg's famous motto, move fast and break things. Well, this motto is particularly true in AI, and even more so with the generative AI race that we've seen unfold over the past year. So that's why we can't simply leave it to the industry to limit itself and regulate itself in the context where competition is fierce and where the financial objectives always come first. And we also have to admit that the past attempts at self-regulation have failed. We can look at some examples of those ethics committees that were set up by the industry that haven't really made a difference. Think about Google's Advanced Technology Council that was created in 2019 and that was scrapped in only a week, or about Timnit Gebru, the AI ethics researcher at Google, who was dismissed in 2020 for refusing to retract a paper about the risk of bias in large language models. And even Microsoft dissolved its ethics committee right before partnering with OpenAI. And as we know, there's been more than 200 codes and non-binding declarations that have been adopted around the world over the past decades, but studies conclude that they have very minimal impact on practices. And we've been witnessing a lot of what we call now ethics washing. So that's like a digital version of greenwashing. That's basically is the instrumentalization of ethics for public relation purposes. So given this reality, there's been a lot of rejection of ethics in the debate on AI governance, and even the discrediting of ethics that some have called ethics bashing. And it's quite clear that ethics cannot play the role of law. But at the same time, even if we have to be careful not to confuse ethics with its misuse, or what we can call its hijacking by the AI industry. This being said, even when it's not misused, ethics could not, should not, and cannot take the place of law. And states, I think, must step in order to protect safety, health, and human rights. And it's pretty clear for me that we need solid rules in place. We need a new binding regime for AI. And there's a sense of urgency right now in the air for legal regulation for AI, and even major industry players, as you know, are calling for it. But the need for law, however, in my view, does not invalidate the role of ethics in AI governance. Even in the presence of appropriate law, we will need ethics. And as we'll see a bit further on, ethics can play a supporting role to law. And in my view, it's an essential part of AI governance. The second point I'd like to make is that we need a new legal regime for AI. So why are new laws necessary? Before answering that question, let me say that we have to remember that, of course, AI does not evolve in a legal void or vacuum, right? Existing legal frameworks, they do apply to AI. But even if existing legal regimes cover AI, because of the new ways in which AI intervenes in our societies, we sometimes have trouble applying the existing legal frameworks. For example, think of how hard it is to identify, prevent, or even more so prove the occurrence of algorithmic discrimination, even when it's illegal. In particular, it's often very hard or even maybe impossible to prove that complex, opaque algorithmic systems have infringed fundamental rights. So that's why various legislators worldwide, including Canada, are considering the adoption of a dedicated legal framework for AI. The pressing need for AI legal framework didn't get that much attention before tools like ChatGPT and other foundational models hit the market since November 2022. But over the past year, the need for a legal framework has become a widespread public concern. Now, the third point I'd like to make is that positive hard laws for AI are certainly essential, but ethics also has a role to play in AI governance. So we need new laws, and it's probably the right time to put pressure on our governments for them to adopt these frameworks rather quickly. But we also need to remember that as much as the laws are necessary, they're not going to solve everything. And this is where I'd like to draw your attention to the role of ethics in AI governance. As I said from the start, ethics cannot take on the role of AI governance by itself. That's for sure. But actually, ethics needs law. Without law to give a practical meaning to abstract principles such as transparency, human control, or fairness, ethics will remain theoretical, abstract, and even maybe toothless. But again, AI governance cannot, in its turn, be reduced to AI law. Law is certainly an essential component of AI governance, but it must also cohabit and interact with other types of normativity, such as ethics, which also plays a crucial role in AI governance. We can already see that the scopes of the new AI laws will be limited, and they won't cover the entire field that AI governance should cover. For example, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act in Canada, AIDA, and the AI Act in the EU, they focus on systems that present a high impact or risk. So many AI systems that still raise major ethical and social issues will not be covered by these laws. And in my view, ethics is not the only normative source, of course, that is needed in AI governance, but I'd like to focus on the fact that it can intervene both upstream and downstream of the law to assume this role in AI governance. First, upstream of law, ethics can play a critical role in the relation to existing law. It can help us to question whether it's accurate, whether or what moral principle we should guide the new AI laws. And it's interesting to see that some of the ethical principles that were set out in the charters and declarations that I've talked about before have been incorporated to Canadian and European draft legislation on AI. So in this point of view, ethics can influence the legislators' orientations and even indirectly shape law. And downstream of law, so beyond what the law prescribes and forbids, ethics can also enable us to think contextually about which AI systems are desirable and which context they are desirable, depending on that context in which they're inscribed. So my point is that even when or if we have appropriate AI laws, ethics will still be necessary. And we need to see ethics not as in competition with law, but as complementary. And we also need to keep in mind that AI ethics is much more than declaration of principles or intents. We should probably see AI ethics as a process, not as a list of principles. It should be conceived as a collaborative evaluation process that involves critical, autonomous, and contextual reflection that can be deployed throughout this life cycle of AI systems from design to deployment. And I think that when we understand ethics in this way, we can see that it should not compete with law, but complement it. So ethics should be conceived as a democratic, participatory, and inclusive process, including involving a multiplicity of stakeholders in the debate. And one of the criticism of IDA adoption process, it was a lack of public consultation. Now, to encourage participation in what we should be taught of as a public debate on ethical issues related to AI, to encourage participation that's informed, we certainly also need to work on what we might call capacitating people. We're thinking here of digital literacy training, which is quite lacking in our education system, but also of the fact that ethical competence is at the heart of this competence or digital literacy. And I think one of our objectives in AI governance, and I think where maybe ethics can help when it's thought of about as a process, a democratic process, one of our objectives in AI governance should be the repoliticization. Sorry, this is where I always stumble on it. But it's very important. Repoliticization. You know what I mean? And re-democratization of AI. And I think we need to open up this space, this public space for democratic and ethical debate on AI. That this technology is profoundly disrupting the way we work, the way we learn, the way we consume, the way we interact, and perhaps even with generative AI, the way we think. So I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment. Merci infiniment. What an interesting perspective, and for me anyway, and maybe others were onto this already, but to me, this relationship between law and ethics and the way you've articulated it, I find that amazingly interesting, and we'll follow up with some questions on that to be sure. Well, I think we've had a stellar panel, and I mean, I wish we could hear the applause, but the four very interesting presentations. I see Mr. Switzer joining us, although Mr. Switzer, you are scheduled as the next presenter. Please don't hesitate to chime in on this conversation, which I think will be of very high interest to you. Again, please don't hesitate. Put in your questions. Questions can come from other panelists, but also obviously from participants. Don't hesitate to put your questions in the Q&A, and we'll bring them up to the speakers. Maybe we could just bring back the pictures of all our panelists so that it looks a bit more interactive. There's Andréane, there's Errol, and Yasmin and Kristen as well. There we are. Okay, we're all back here. Okay, sounds more like a meeting and a dinner table conversation. Errol, over to you, if I may. You know, with the perspective you have, you international legal scholar. And again, Mr. Switzer, if you want to chime in, don't hesitate. Where would you situate Canada? You've alluded to it, but could you comment again on where is Canada? Is Canada lagging? Is Canada leading as you know, in comparison to U.S. regulations or attempt at regulation? You know, the latest Biden initiative, for example, and the EU. I suspect I know the answer, but I'll let you profess on that.
Well, to be the kindest that I can do, we have yet to get back together. I think I would leave it at that. And I think Kristen sort of pointed out some of the areas that we have yet to get our act together, but hopefully we will. There are some improving and positive signs with the proposed amendments, but there's still a lot of work to do. But I think maybe it's not that bad to be in this situation so that we can look at what Europe is doing, what the US is doing in terms of its focus on. And keep in mind too, and I'm sure that Rick is going to talk about this, is that the first stage in the US was, the AI Bill of Rights and the attempt by the Biden administration to get, and this is something maybe that Andrea will strongly support, to get at least a commitment by the major models, the major companies dealing with the foundational models, to essentially agree that they can basically guarantee some of the most dangerous parts of what it could be envisaged if it is unregulated. And now, obviously, with the executive order, which I'm sure Rick is going to talk about, there is now further plans which can go forward in terms of what will further turn those guidelines and what some people would call soft law into harder forms of law. So maybe it's not that bad for us to sort of stand back and look at how certainly the most important country in terms of the impact of its companies and its technologies in the rest of the world will be able to sort of try and work out what is the best solutions. EU obviously has decided, very much following its advancement on the Digital Services Act, to come up with the staged approach to regulation, which looks first at essentially getting the companies to essentially commit to some of the most important standards which have to be accepted, and then following up with monitoring and requiring for auditing, etc., and certainly with the Digital Services Act, putting behind that the stick of potential fines if these are not carried out. So it's important for Canada to learn from what's happening in Europe and the stages that are developing now in the US, which I'm sure Rick is going to talk about further. But maybe Kristen has lots more to say about this question you posed to me.
Yeah. Kristen, would you like to chime in on that and follow up on that?
Sure. I mean, I agree with Errol's assessment of the answer to that question, or his assessment of that question. I think in terms of, falling behind or being ahead, it's interesting because I agree that there's a lot that can be learned from seeing what other countries are doing. There's a lot of opportunity for lessons learned. But I think what we have right now in Canada, my personal assessment, I think others would be free to disagree with this, but my personal assessment is that it's simultaneously trying to get ahead, but in doing so, not doing a whole lot or not doing anything particularly novel or innovative, and leaving a lot of gaps. That is not the right approach, I think, for the first sort of ground laying legislation that we're going to see in this country. A lot has been left to regulations, as was noted earlier, and I think that makes sense in some ways with the technology that is changing quickly, because regulations in theory can be adapted a little bit more quickly than the main sort of overarching piece of legislation. But what we see as the philosophy of legislation here leaves a lot. I mentioned some of the limitations, it just leaves so much out in terms of what has already been identified as some of the major concerns with AI. And I think if we really wanted to think about being ahead, I mean, again, I don't know that competition in terms of speed is the right approach, because really you actually just want to get it right. But I think there's a lot of opportunity for, there's a lot of talk about innovation. Oh, we don't want to hinder innovation. We want to make sure innovation can happen in Canada. But what about innovative thinking about how the law responds to a new technology? We're not really, my humble opinion is we're not really seeing that. We're seeing a lot of let's just create sort of a rough scaffolding and then we'll fill it in later. And again, as much as there can be some advantage to that as a piece, as a component, I think that taking this more human rights focused, values focused approach would actually be really innovative. The EU has been far more prescriptive than Canada, but is still taking a much more sort of risk mitigation approach with a bit of precautionary principle, I think, dusted in there, which the EU tends to have more of that philosophy anyway. And then the US has been a little bit more like, stand back, let's see how industry guides. Well, Canada has this opportunity to say, you know what, like we care about certain rights and values, and we're going to design a legislation that ensures technology develops in line with those values, and perhaps even ensures that the technologies that we develop here uplift those values, and that we can mitigate against or prescribe against or seek compensation where technologies undermine those values. And we're not seeing that approach right now, but I mean, it'd be wonderful to imagine that we could develop something in that sort of philosophical approach.
Right. Right. And before we move on to the questions for the participants, so having more or less agreed, and we'll come back to your point, Adrienne, that self-regulation is not that efficient or has not been proven to be efficient so far, and therefore understanding that we need state regulation. Do you see the day when we will have regulation, excuse me, around AI, much like we've seen around nuclear technology, for example? Nuclear technology, like massively, transformative technology, if there ever was one. Biotechnology, genetic modification, genetic manipulation, same thing. Those, what do you call them? Not industries, but those technologies, I think, have been reined in and have been regulated, and there is a general consensus, and most countries will, respect to certain level, various levels, the treaties around those technologies. Do you see the day when we will have an AI international norm like we have for those other areas? Opening it up to anyone on the panel here. Errol, you're on.
I think it was your question was referred to Andrea, but I'm happy to take it. But perhaps Andrea wants to answer it, or go ahead.
Sure. Well, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but I hope that it will happen. I think it needs to happen. I think there is a general movement toward at least a discussion around the international standards and regulation, and I think it's a very good thing. When will we get there? That's the big question. There are a lot of bumps on the road, I think. A lot of people, a lot of countries, they fear to stifle innovations, and we understand why. There's a lot of resources that are deployed by governments in order to be in front of AI development. So, of course, we don't want to stifle innovation, and I think it's a good thing that we don't want to stifle innovation. We think about the possibilities of using AI in the healthcare system, for example. There are numerous incredible possibilities that we can use in for example, the medical imaging, and for personalized treatment. We think about also possibilities that are amazing in education in order to personalize also teaching, to personalize evaluation. So I think we have to be careful not to stifle innovation, not just because we want the economy to profit from the AI, but also because we want, I think, collectively to benefit from some of the AI systems that can be used in a lot of sectors. We can think also of agriculture or transportation, where we can maybe optimize our processes. That's very interesting. But at the same time, I think the reflection has started, and I think there are a lot of actors like Yoshua Bengio that you heard this morning that are, doing a good job in order to involve leaders and to sensibilize them to this cause, that we need to have a comprehensive and a discussion that includes an international dimension. But I think it's going to take time to answer your question. I think it's going to take a lot of time because when we look at the laws, even if the AI Act is adopted very soon, it's going to take a while before it's implemented. And in Canada, it's going to take many years still, I think, before we can see the effects of the legislation. So I think it's a long process, but I think we should aim for a collective discussion and a collective organ that should surveil the use of AI because of all the risks that were brought about before.
Thank you. I'll pass it over to Yasmin, but just before I do, my concern, I guess, or my observation, if you will, not being a specialist, is nuclear technologies develop, but relatively gradually, as did biotechnologies. AI is developing at laser speed, day over day, week over week. And do we have even the luxury of giving ourselves a few years for regulation to be established? I guess is the thing that I'm going to say keeps me away at night, but I mean it's certainly a concern. Yasmin, over to you, please.
So I just wanted to say that I think a better approach of thinking about this, and I'm not criticizing, but thinking again about the question, I don't think it's a matter of if we're going to have this. I think it's inevitable that we are going to have this at some point, regardless of what shape or form it's going to come in. But my point exactly was that it is this is completely different from nuclear technology. So a good resemblance that we do in my field is facial recognition. So facial recognition developed quite fairly, not that quickly, but with artificial intelligence, where then I think from my recollection, within a few weeks, we jumped from ChatGPT to God knows how many versions of GPT within a couple of weeks. So that's just a mere example of how quickly this is developing. And I think it's fairly inevitable that there will be something in place, but it will definitely vary in shape or form depending on jurisdiction. And a good example of that, based on the research that we're conducting now as part of a security center working with Europol and Interpol, is the difference between the AI Act that was approved by Europol and the perspective and the version that the UK wants out of it. So this is, again, bringing it back to the UK because this is where I'm residing, unfortunately. But I think it's a good example for replication or extrapolation, basically, to learn, as Kristen mentioned, from others' lessons, So and I'm answering some of the questions in the chat while I'm touching on this, is that it would be variable because different values, different freedoms, different perspectives to values and freedoms per country. So one of the outcomes of the project that I mentioned, where we interviewed 180 citizens of 7 different European countries, is that there were different perspectives to the inevitability of the AI technology being used, but there was also a common consensus around privacy, main core human rights, freedom of speech, freedom of action, freedom of movement. So I think there could be something collectively in place, but the question would then be, basically, who's going to implement it? So which countries, again, just like facial recognition, there is a larger tendency to apply consent and regulations and ethical considerations around facial recognition in the UK compared to what there are in China, or compared to what there are in other Middle Eastern countries, for example, like Iran, so or other countries in the East. So if you know what I mean, I think there will be something in place, but the implementation will vary, and also it will take quite some time, to the point where, again, pardon me for being sinister, but based on research and evidence so far, it will be questionable as to whether or not we're going to need them, because AI is going to be at that time a part of life, similarly to how it is now. I'll give you a brief example to wrap this up. So in education, so I know we've mentioned nursing, we've mentioned, healthcare. I've seen it being implemented in nursing in the UK, by the way. I've seen it being implemented in different areas, especially in policing, like Project Alpha. But for example, in higher education, now most of my students that I teach are using AI to generate assignments. And now we're trying to catch up with developing an anti-AI software that detects if their submissions are AI generated. So it's just this lag that I think is going to be expanded on the national level and the security level and any other level, that we're going to try to keep up the whole time. But it's already being a large part of the fabric of everyday life. So, yeah.
Okay. Before I turn it over to you, Errol, by the way, I apologize for the distraction. This was the president walking in my office, and I wanted him to talk, but he felt that he wasn't appropriate, and he's still a bit ruffled by this morning's traffic accident. So, but he's in perfect shape. I can attest to that. But just to follow up a little bit on Yasmin before I turn it over to you, Errol. So yeah, you were talking about the like a counter surveillance, like people are, it's almost like people are taking it upon themselves to protect themselves in the absence of state, state sponsored or state imposed laws. Is counter surveillance, or self-imposed counter surveillance, a new industry, you think, in the making?
I think it's always been. So from the early days of like basic cyber security technologies and people worrying about someone hacking into their passwords, counter surveillance or security measures could count as that. But now the surprising element around this is the heightened knowledge and the increased awareness of people around AI being used online. So I know lots of people who have absolutely basic knowledge of AI who worry that their smartwatches are tracking what they say or feel, or just things that I don't think AI is yet capable of, but they're kind of aware of that and they're worried about. So I think it is an emerging field, specifically AI counter surveillance. And I think it will inevitably, again, require some governance as well, and not governance, but some accountability principles to consider what could be used, how could it be tackled, how could it be minimized, etc. But yeah, I think so.
Wonderful. Very nice insight. Sorry, Errol, I've been making you wait for a long time.
Let me give you a scary answer to your question as to whether there'll be an international agreement on the how to deal with the dangers of AI. My scary answer is, and again, before I preface this, but I tried to get a China expert to come on to the discussion. Unfortunately, she was not available, but her message to me was quite clear. Regardless of what we may want to do in terms of dealing with the dangers to AI, China, in all probability, will not really be in accord with that, because their fundamental focus is more on social control and other aspects to allow them to continue to advance their model within the country and possibly even beyond the country to their allies, etc. So is there a possibility? There could be in one area, but interestingly, is based on your reference to nuclear weapons and how we managed to find some way to do that. Unfortunately, there could be this area, but it would be based on the most dangerous aspects of AI. I mean, it is not without any doubt that at some stage AI will be used to generate, for example, biological weapons and potentially even more dangerous aspects which could threaten not just the adversaries, but the entire world. And as someone who's just been recovering from COVID, as you know, there's still questions as to what the source of COVID was. So given that, some of the, this is an issue for the highest levels of governments in the US, Canada, and the West, is to think about how do you develop those areas, such as, for example, dealing with biological weapons or other aspects which could threaten not just their adversaries, but the entire world. What are the messages are they sending despite the inability to sort of access what is actually happening in China or Russia or some of the other areas? This is one area of national security which I think should be given a lot of thought, because there is no doubt that the technology, and maybe something Rick can talk to, there's no doubt that this technology ultimately could be used for the most dangerous weapons possible to the whole of humanity. And that's something which Professor Bengio said to me that he wanted to also mention in his discussion with me. So it's a scary answer, but it's something which I think ultimately the highest levels of government in the West should start thinking about.
Thank you. Thank you. Quickly, Mr. Switzer, I know you're on in 10 minutes, but maybe you're just like itching to barge in at this point. Any insight on that?
First, I'm trying to go without the earphones. Can you all hear me?
Yes, that's very well. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. It's more comfortable not to have the earphones. So perfect. Yeah, I think Errol's point is really important, and it's probably one of the aspects of AI where a lot of folks are behind, quite frankly. And I'll talk about sort of our policies around AI, but just to his very specific point, We already know there have been scientific papers published and several demonstrations where folks have used AI to develop novel viruses or new types of toxins. There was actually a professor in North Carolina that did similar work just to see if it was possible. They actually shut the entire program down about a week after doing it because the results were so scary that they actually refused to publish the algorithm. They refused to publish almost anything. They did sort of share with the US government. That's in public documents. You can just, I'm not sharing anything you can't find in the press. He's spoken about it personally. Additionally, we know that there's an ability to use AI with sort of the nascent tools of synthetic biology. And these tools are increasingly cheaper than they used to be. And the level of sophistication of the person using the tools is far lower than it used to be. So, it really used to be that you had to have a state-backed lab, a Wuhan Institute of Virology, for instance, to conduct this kind of work. It's really no longer the case. You have very powerful tools that can, with assays and access to human cells and access to viruses, you could literally collect yourself. You could potentially, with AI-powered processes, you could potentially produce something that's quite virulent. So that moves it out. Another thing about someone in their basement, this is clearly organizationally driven, but there are places in the world where there are organizations who have ideologies that are very destructive. And so I don't want to call out specific countries, but clearly there are terrorist organizations that are well-resourced that can get their hands on, 3 or 4 master's level biotech, folks who started bioengineering and can get their hands on $100,000 to $200,000 worth of tools and algorithms that you could find relatively easily on a number of different open sites like GitHub and others. This really isn't science fiction anymore, and this is the kinds of things we need to really start to think about. But I don't want to steal thunder from my talk. My talk is actually much more positive focused, but I did want to sort of jump in and say, it is a growing concern. What we do about it, how we approach it, that's a very difficult challenge, actually, right? Identifying a problem and then identifying a policy that actually addresses a problem are two fundamentally different things, and the second part is far more difficult than the first part.
Right. Okay. And very insightful. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll hear from you in about 15 minutes, Rick. But so in the 10 or so minutes that we have left, I'd like to take a few questions. We have a few questions here. We may not have time to do them all, but there's one here that caught my attention by Susan Munn. With the rapid acceleration of AI and the clear need for some legal and ethical frameworks, we made that case. We need to move beyond analysis paralysis. Are there existing general charters that we can promote in Canada among public and private sector in advance of the development of legislation? What are these steps? Do the panelists feel that this might be a good interim step? So I guess a stepping stone, if you will, that will serve as maybe like a placeholder to a certain extent until we have fully developed state regulation. Did you want to tackle this one, Errol? You're muted there.
Sure, but I think Kirsten had a hand up before me.
I'm sorry, Kristen. Okay.
So, Kirsten, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll be quick. Actually, I was going to say something anyway that connected to some of the earlier conversation, and I think it responds to this question too, which is just that I think while AI presents some particular issues, like there are certain facets of the use and technology and capabilities that are created through AI systems that we need to think specifically about. A lot of the problems that we're talking about, and even to the degree, to the last conversation that we were having of like worldwide national security challenges, like a lot of the problems that we're talking about also exist independent of AI. They might change, they might shift because of AI, but they predate AI. And they also exist in other facets of our lived experience, but maybe aren't impacted directly by AI. And so in sort of touching on that conversation, but also responding to this question, there are a lot of laws of general application that were not designed specifically to deal with or address AI, but that address some of the underlying issues. And those laws have gaps and weaknesses. And I think some of them are being highlighted now because of the particular scale and complexity of AI systems, but these laws were developed to deal with underlying issues like what are our responsibilities to one another? How do we keep each other safe? How do we keep ourselves safe? What are our rights vis-a-vis the government or vis-a-vis companies or vis-a-vis other individuals? I think in the meantime, as we're thinking about how do we address some of the particularities of this technology, we also should and can be, and I think there are a lot of people who are, think about the laws and structures, and not just law, again, like social programs, social policies, ethical structures that we have in society. Like, how do we maybe better resource those? Like we talked about, I mentioned that, the AI Act refers to the protected grounds in the Canadian Human Rights Act. Well, how do we better resource the Canadian Human Rights Commission to address issues of discrimination that might now amplify because of AI systems? In the meantime, while we wait for legislation that can deal with the particularities of how these systems are operated and designed and used in commercial contexts. That's just one of, I think, 1,000 examples. Developing an accommodating tort law to better respond to responsibility as it relates to AI systems would address a lot of the issues that actually I think the AI and Data Act is trying to get at. So it's not a recommendation of a specific charter that we could use in the meantime, but I think maybe an appeal to the fact that a lot of the problems that we're talking about are social problems, and that if we start to think more seriously, the government, like the provincial, federal level, but also at the civil society level, and there are people who are thinking seriously about this, but if we continue to think quite seriously about how we can address some of those social problems, I think by virtue of doing that, we will also be dealing with some of these challenges of AI. It's not a solution, but I think it is sort of like a stopgap as we're working towards something bigger.
No, interesting and somewhat reassuring. Okay, thank you. And Errol, please.
One of the reasons why I emphasize what the Council of Europe is doing, and I'm keen to tie it into what Professor Bengio was warning us about, is the following: that it is absolutely critical that in all the models, that the most critical time is not when the product is finally finished, but before you even begin to design the model or the technology. There has to be a focus on the potential dangers to it, and that's why I'm stressing as one of the most critical ways to deal with some of the likely dangers is to have before the final product is created, is to have at various levels human rights impact assessments before the design, during the design, and after design. And that is something which every single company working on AI and the people they pass it on to in terms of the developers should have that as the fundamental obligation they have. And if it's not required by the final law under Bill 27, it should be. But even before it is something that should happen right now, that every single company who is thinking about designing, producing, and then deploying to their supply chains should be discussing how to deal with effective human rights impact assessments, possibly add also privacy assessments and other aspects of dangers to the public. But certainly human rights impact assessment would be, in my view, the critical one.
Thank you, Errol. Thank you. Thoughtful as usual. Very good. Thank you. I'll take one last question. I don't know if you can read the questions on your screen, but I'll read it to you. One that precedes a little bit the process of regulation, and all of you, I think, have to some extent been involved in international, multinational discussions and negotiations. But the question here, and I'm paraphrasing, is around, well, who determines, for example, what is free speech and what it's not? Since different countries, different cultures have such different definitions of fundamental issues, such as values of free speech, what consists of hate speech, and when is a disagreement over misinformation. How are we going to come to a common agreement as to what is a risk, what is a threat, and what is a goal to look forward to? That's a tough one, so I'm opening it up to the panel. I said it was a tough one, right?
I mean, I'll jump in really quickly with just a short comment and turn it over to others. But I think that this has this points to the value of different levels of thinking about these issues, like that we're not necessarily, and we don't necessarily have to come to one global consensus on every value, every approach to or structure of rights. In fact, Yasmin, you said something about how in your interviews, and I think it's relevant here, in your interviews, while there was diversity of thought, there was also some consensus on sort of certain core values that needed to be protected or that needed to be considered, while there was a lot of variety in terms of how that might work or how we would prioritize. Sorry, I'm putting some words in your mouth, but I just thought that even that recognition, like scaled out, is relevant here. That, I mean, I think personally, I think it's very important that there isn't like a Western imperial approach to how we think about AI or how we think about regulating technology or how we think about global consensus, because I think that that actually could undermine or threaten to undermine global consensus. But also, I don't think you have to have global consensus on every single point, every single approach or structure. Even within Canada, we can think about like municipal regulation, provincial regulation, and federal regulation offering diversity of perspectives and approaches to some of the different considerations and concerns that we would be dealing with. And I think that even that is relevant, but also like we have multiple, like just thinking in Canada, we have multiple legal systems here, some of which receive great recognition and some of which have been under-recognized due to the colonial history of our country. And if we could embrace the diversity of thought within even just our range of legal systems here, I think we can see a lot of opportunity for different approaches to how we deal with some of these challenges while looking for consensus at sort of like that base level of what is it that we can agree is most fundamental. And I think that discussion that we had thinking about nuclear technology, I mean, we can agree we don't want nuclear war. Like, I think we can come to that kind of level of consensus, even though I acknowledge that's complicated too. Anyway, sorry, I talked longer than I meant to, but I think that there's a lot of space for a diversity of approaches that is actually really valuable here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very informative. Andrian, and then Mr. Switzer, and then we'll turn it over to your formal presentation, Mr. Switzer. But let's hear from Andrian for a minute.
Thank you. Just a really quick word to say that, I was talking about all these ethical charters and declarations, and there have been studies that compared these documents. And starting from these multiple studies, we realized that there is an overlap between very common principles like transparency, equity, human oversight, the idea of harm reduction. So there is already a consensus. There is still disagreement about the definition of these concepts, and that's a discussion that we need to have. But it's a start to realize that we have reached some kind of a consensus in those multiple charters and declarations.
Merci. Rick?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not going to cover this in my talk at all. So, but I just like to point out that societies that have a bias towards protecting free speech, that is, they're structured around a premise of free speech and therefore seeking to protect free speech, and then the limits they impose are within those parameters, are fundamentally different from societies. And I've lived 7 of the last 24 years in Beijing. They are fundamentally different societies that come at the notion that the government has the right to control what people say in the public square, right? That if it doesn't conform to what the government is seeking, and I bring that up, and Errol mentioned this as well. I bring this up because I think it's really critical that the broader West, to include Korea and Japan and sort of constitutional democracies throughout the world, needs to understand that in some of these areas we are never going to come to a consensus. There will not be a global consensus around AI for human rights as we mean it. And if we go into these conversations thinking we're going to get that consensus, if only we could have if only our arguments were better, if only we understood their perspective better, then we could find some middle ground. And I think we have to actually understand there are some fundamental tenets of what we expect that we need to set for ourselves and for our citizens and for access to our markets and how we trade and deal with folks. And then there may be another layer below that, which is more akin to the people where it's nuclear weapons several times, more akin to nuclear non-proliferation talks, right? And it is much more very security specific about, did you test your algorithm? Did you red cell your algorithm to make sure that it's not going to do public harm before you release it on our systems and these sorts of things? Or just some basic standards around military uses of AI and these sorts of things. Again, even there, it's very fraught and very difficult to get at with certain authoritarians. But I think we just need to be honest with ourselves and realistic with what's achievable. And if we get ourselves in order and we set up a sort of a grouping, which is a very large, powerful, influential, rich, and trend-setting grouping of countries that tend to set global standards and norms. If we set our own sets of global standards and norms first, and then allow for discussions with others, allowing for the fact that many of them will never want to actually accept those global norms and standards, and that we'll just have to live in a world where there just are two sort of different worlds and camps on AI, and it is likely how it's going to play out. It's unfortunate, and it's not the policy of the U.S. to seek divided AI governance, but the reality is that's just where the world's going to end up.
Yeah, quite so. Listen, there are still unanswered questions here, but I'm assuming, Paul, that after the conference, we will be asking the panelists if they consent to having their email addresses given out to the participants so that some offline conversations can continue. We will, of course, ask for your consent for that before we go forward. But I will now turn it to, so thank you, by the way, to the panelists. I mean, there was so much information here, so much to unpack, and we could continue for another 4 hours, but some of us are getting hungry, I guess. And so after 4 hours of discussion, conversation, we've worked with the U.S. Embassy to get Mr. Switzer on board with us as what we call the epilogue to this half day. I will let Professor Mendez introduce Mr. Switzer and open the microphone for you, sir. Merci, merci, Andréane. And the others, Kristen.
Thank you, Serge. It's a delight to introduce someone who's going to be talking about the U.S. Systems and what they have started to do in this whole area of AI. Rick Switzer is Director of Policy and Strategy. He's a Special Envoy Office for Critical and Emerging Technology in the U.S. Department of State. He is a career member of the Foreign Service, currently serving as the Director of Policy and Strategy for the Special Envoy Office for Critical and Emerging Technology at the U.S. Department of State. Prior to joining this department, Rick was a senior fellow at the Special Competitive Studies Project, a nonprofit founded by Google CEO Eric Schmidt on a one-year sabbatical from the Department of State. Before joining the SCSP project, Rick was a State Department visiting professor at the National Intelligence University, teaching graduate courses on China's economy and innovation system. Rick served as a member of the Secretary of State's Policy Planning Council, and from 2018 to 2019, he was a senior State Department advisor to the Department of Defense, working with the Air Force and the Army. Preceding that, he was the Environment, Science, Technology, and Health Counselor at the Embassy in Beijing, the largest science section in the world. He has also served in Iraq, China, Thailand, Mexico, Barbados, and DC. Prior to joining the government, Rick co-founded a wireless technology startup and also conducted innovation policy research at the University of California. Over to you, Rick, for your presentation.
Well, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Errol, and thanks for having me here, and we appreciate being invited. It's a very important topic, so we're pleased to participate. Just at the top, I was thinking, instead of eating up the remaining of the time just speaking at you, I'll try to keep my remarks a little bit shorter, just so in case there's questions or feedback or discussion, because that was a very lively discussion before. And I think just eating through the last 15 minutes of me talking at you might not be the best use of time, given how many very smart folks are on this call today. But I'll start with, with regard to AI, broadly, the U.S. government has a positive agenda. And by that, I mean, AI, as folks have said, has incredible promise. And so we don't want to make sort of the threat, the challenge, the national security, the human rights, the other aspects, negative implications of AI undermine the promise that it provides. The foundational technology of all humanity is fire. And fire can do things like burn down the forest that you're in, but it can also do incredible things like cook your food and smelt metal and do the things that allowed for all of modern society and for humanity to flourish to where it is today. And I think rather than nuclear weapons, I think fire might be a better sort of understanding of AI, because it's multifaceted, it's multi-usage in many, many different ways. It has applications across human interaction in ways that many other technologies perhaps didn't. And folks have talked about this, right? Everything from how we deal with each other to writing emails faster to biotech breakthroughs to potentially better cybersecurity or medical help, before meeting with your doctor, getting a first check with the AI doctor. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And so we really are trying to lean towards ensuring that innovation side, that we don't stifle innovation for a number of reasons, but mostly because it has a huge potential to uplift humanity, to drive education in the developing world, to raise living standards, to reduce climate change, to allow humanity to do better and take better stock of the work that we already do. I was speaking to the head of Amazon Web Services quantum computing program, which has enormous implications for AI, actually. But one of the things that he wanted to talk about was that we produce more scientific studies and papers than anyone could possibly consume. And so many times folks think that they've made a breakthrough only to find out much later on that someone 10 years ago had done the exact study, and that their work that they spent incredible amount of time on wasn't as groundbreaking as they thought. And his vision would be that there would be some sort of variant of an AI that could go through papers. And as you had an idea, you could have a ChatGPT prompt would say, give me everything else anyone else has ever produced on this idea I have, so that you can make sure that what you're doing is generally groundbreaking. And if it's not, then okay, I need to start over again. I saw a study that maybe 1% of the scientific papers that are published are ever read beyond their initial publication and the authors who published them. Which means that we're creating incredible amounts of knowledge every day, and it's simply rotting on the vine. And so when you think of climate change, you think of equitable use of resources, and you think of doing less with more, certainly being able to get more out of the research that we're already doing could accelerate all sorts of transformational technologies that have real world implications for everybody, whether you're, in sub-Saharan Africa or you're in, central Manhattan. There's value for that. That having said, it's the question of whether or not societies become less or more equitable based upon this, whether it unlocks and breakthroughs and tools that enable authoritarians, and whether it does those things, it's really for us to decide. I was sort of getting at that at the beginning when I was talking, or just previously when I was talking about that we just have to be honest with ourselves. There are nation states who have a fundamental different worldview about the rights of citizens and that with respect to their governments, and the rights and authorities that governments have with regard to their citizenry. And when you're dealing with nations in Europe, the United States, Japan, Korea, many others, you're talking about states who have a fundamentally different compact and contract between the citizenry and the state itself. And AI is one of those tools that can be exceptionally powerful for authoritarians. It probably makes color revolutions and the ability of sort of democratic and universal human rights movements in authoritarian states less likely. And so we need to think very closely and very carefully about that. The United States has said again and again that it's critically important that us and our allies maintain leadership in AI. And, the recent restrictions on the sale, which I'm sure all aware of high-end NVIDIA chips to the People's Republic of China and elsewhere, Russia and Iran and a few others, is specifically aimed at that issue set, which is how do we ensure that the United States and our like-minded allies, partners, and friends maintain leadership on AI? Because the only way to really beat very powerful AI is likely going to be even more powerful AI. And the last thing we want is not only for these powerful AI systems to be used against the citizens of other countries, because inherently we don't want to invent things that enable the repression of our fellow humanity. We certainly don't want them to then be turned on us. And that is the fundamental national security challenge the United States is dealing with. But the U.S. and Canada as well is home to many of the leading companies that driving technologies and minds. Was a Canadian university grad student that published the very first generative adversarial networks paper, which really kicked off another sort of wave of AI innovation. And there's been great breakthroughs, fundamental breakthroughs in Europe, elsewhere. But we need to bring those firms together and like-minded partners together to ensure that we develop a partnership for the future that reflects our shared values and vision for this technology. We've already taken some actions, as people alluded to. We set out a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, the principles about how automated systems are designed, how they can be used, developed, and an AI risk management framework to help user protections. The president has taken other steps on generative AI and getting voluntary commitments. And then through the G7 process, we have a Japan-led Hiroshima process that's looking to expand and internationalize those commitments. We want AI governance to be guided by democratic values and those who embrace them. And, the G7-led action really will help inform that international code of conduct. We coordinate globally all the time. We were at the UK summit. We coordinate literally daily with the EU. We have the EU Trade and Technology Council, our friends and allies in Japan and in Korea. We have ongoing critical emerging technology dialogues and AI dialogues. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why our acting envoy, Dr. Center, couldn't be here today is that he's actually transiting from India, where we had an AI dialogue and a critical emerging technology dialogue, to Seoul to have another similar very senior level national security advisor dialogue in critical emerging technology and AI. We assisted and we're partners with the UK on their global summit for AI safety. And, we continue to work with our partners around the world on AI. But that having been said, our fundamental way of doing business is that we're a civil society driven nation state. Canada is very similar, but folks who don't live in the United States may not realize that a lot of the things that that are done by governments in other countries, even in Western democracies, are done by civil society in places like the United States. Your law degree or your license to practice law is actually administered by the legal profession itself and not administered by the government. Your license to practice medicine is actually the medical boards, which is a civil society board in each state that then actually self-governs and self-regulates who should be allowed to practice medicine in the United States. And for a number, the IEEE Foundation, the International Electrical and Engineering Professionals Association, which develops a lot of the standards that go into hardware, is also an industry-driven, civil society-driven organization in the United States. And so from our fundamental roots about how we believe the state and society should interact with each other, civil society is always going to be near the top. And so we're going to interact with civil society, we're going to expect them to self-govern, and we're going to try to learn from civil society as we develop regulatory frameworks and structures. And I think that's important because, as I've sort of alluded to earlier, when you have societies that from their core are predisposed to protecting free rights, right, and freedom of speech and individual rights, then I think some of the worst abuses of AI can be solved through regulatory processes that are meant to address those specific ills. But when you have a society that's repressive and has a fundamentally different vision about a citizen's rights with respect to their government and who has the right to require one to do something against their will, that's when a lot of the worst aspects of AI become very dangerous. And so we want to develop smart AI principles based upon allies and partnership with allies and partners, and to create a, as I mentioned earlier, almost certainly, unfortunately, but almost certainly the way it will have to work is we will have to set these norms and standards amongst ourselves first. And then once we develop amongst ourselves these core values and norms and standards amongst ourselves, then we'll be able to more effectively deal with the sort of worst abuses that are going to affect other segments of humanity on this planet in the future. I think that's a good place to stop. I think it's, I'd rather leave a little time for a few questions or comments or from others rather than eating up all the time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Switzer. This was amazing, very, very informative, very thought-provoking. Always important to have the the U.S. perspective, of course, and especially from someone like you with a long international career, who's right at the heart of the action. So thank you for that. Thank you very much. Again, thank you to the embassy, for facilitating your participation here. Errol, I'll turn it over to you. Do we want to do a few questions with the rest of the panel of the participants, or would you wrap it up here? I mean, I'll leave that to you. We have time.
I think Rick mentioned he has a hard stop, but maybe one or two questions, maximum two questions. Is that okay, Rick? So if that's fine.
Yeah, I can go maybe 5 more minutes, and then I really do have to take off right at 12:50. So apologies for that.
Great. So does any of the panelists, either in the first panel or the second panel, have a question for Rick? And if not, maybe I'll start.
So over to you, Errol. Yeah, well, you start. Yes, please.
If not, I'll start. Thank you very much, Rick. I know that the Biden administration is really focused on trying to develop this state strategy from the Bill of Rights to the executive order. And I am very curious as to how the G7 approach is going to work in terms of how you get all the major players, not just at the governmental level, but as importantly, as you said, civil society is critical. How do you get a civil society connection through the G7 to actually deal with exactly what we've been talking about in the two panels of this discussion? Do you have any ideas as to how you can go not just from the governmental level, but even at the civil society level?
Yeah, I mean, I think our firms want access to each other's markets, to be quite honest with you. And so if you can come to a sort of regulatory harmonization structure within the G7, those are the 7 most powerful economies in the world, minus the PRC. And that I think sets the framework for firms sort of knowing what they should be doing and how to access all of these markets. And so, again, the G7 is a very good place to set that sort of floor of regulatory harmonization around AI, like folks have mentioned with regard to testing new algorithms before they go out, right? What should that look like? How would we structure that? How would we structure ensuring some sort of watermarking so that citizens understand that the content they're looking at was generated by AI? Right. And coming to some consensus on that, I don't think is impossible. I think it would be in everyone's interest, as long as it's done in a way that isn't used to create regulatory capture to enhance, say, EU firms' ability to compete against US firms, which currently are dominant. Right. And so we want to find ways to ensure that what we're really doing is setting a level playing field for all that protects the rights of citizens, first and foremost, that isn't a non-trade mechanism. And that would be, if you could set that, I think the G7 would be a good mechanism to really get civil society channeling their efforts in direction that we find valuable or useful.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to offer a question?
Otherwise, I'll leave it up. I'll give you the honors of Errol to wrap this up, knowing that Mr. Switzer has to leave. Over to you, Errol, for the last few words.
Well, thank you very much, Rick. That was a fabulous presentation. And we hopefully, if that's fine with you, we will hopefully follow up with some of the issues that you raised and maybe carry on with perhaps follow up sessions where the issues you raise can be further discussed, etc. So that's all I want to say. Thank you very much, Rick, and we look forward to continuing our discussion collaboration. And for that, I'm going to pass on to Serge for the final closing statements.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to drop off now. Thank you all.
Please do. Please do. Thank you again for your participation. All right. Thank you. So listen, I mean, 4 hours, it's not too often that we can hold an audience for 4 hours. I think it says a lot about the topic, the importance of the topic, and the quality of the presenters and the panelists as well. So thank you for your participation. Thank you for the questions. As I said, we will follow up with you. We promise not to harass you, but we will follow up should you want to continue partaking in the conversation. As you will have guessed, Errol and I are always looking for new partners, organizations, and experts to work with. It's our job to do that. And please do reach out. Don't be strangers. Again, happy first day of Hanukkah for those who celebrate it, and happy and Merry Christmas for those who will very soon. Good luck with your Christmas shopping. Thank you very much, Errol. You've been the instigator of this. I bow to you. Thank you very much, and to our teams, Slava, Paul, and Sonia. Thank you.